Oh, no, thank you, Vivian.
You haven't even touched your breakfast.
I just don't have any appetite this morning.
Is it because they're bringing Mr. Wheeler home from the hospital today?
Yes, it's that. It's everything. I received a call from Stryker Bellman's office a little while ago. They told me he'd be over shortly.
Is there any more news about Dennis?
Stryker was meeting with the district attorney today about the confession I made. About the fact that I was there in that office with Dennis the night Chris Shaw was murdered.
Did you tell them about wiping the fingerprints off of the paperweight that killed Chris Shaw?
I told them everything. Now I'm afraid that Dennis and I may both end up in prison.
Honey. I wish you'd gotten me up last night when you came home from the cattle meeting.
Well, it was a meeting of the Cattlemen's Association.
Oh.
And I did try and wake you up. But you were out like a light.
I don't know why I'm so tired. But you're the one who hasn't gotten any rest. Flying off to New York to see about Elena.
You must be worried about something. Whenever you have a problem that you can't deal with, you just go to sleep.
I'm worried about Ginny.
Oh, now, honey, listen. Mary told me that Ginny's real happy to be home from the hospital, and he says she's gonna be just fine.
Max, Ginny just lost her baby. She's anything but fine.
Well, she's gonna have a big adjustment to make. But Barry will help her.
Barrett can't even help himself. How can you expect him to help Ginny?
Now, honey, if you're gonna start that business again about Barry being crazy,
Max, he is crazy. And I'm afraid for Ginny.
This is our bedroom.
If you stay here, I'll sleep in the guest room.
You had no objection to our son being in your bedroom.
Leave Stephen out of
You
this.
spent the entire evening showering your affection on him.
He's a child.
So he needs more reassurances than I do, is that it?
I can't reassure you. I have tried for months, and it's no use. I give up.
Ginny, please. You're my wife. And I love you. I need you.
You need help. Help that I can't give you.
No, that's not true. Let's forget everything that happened and start over. A new beginning. Ginny, we belong together. Please, Ginny, don't do this to me.
You're destroying this marriage. You're destroying any love I ever had for you.
It's Ryan Connor's fault.
No! You're to blame, Barrett. And unless you can learn how to deal with that and live with it, then this marriage is over.
Did you sleep well in the guest room last night?
Yes, I did.
Did you dream about Ryan Connor? Just how long do you intend to punish me for the loss of the baby?
Oh, Mr. Bellman, am I ever glad to see you. Mrs. Wheeler's about to climb the wall.
Vivian.
Iris, I would have called you myself after the meeting with the DA, but I figured it'd be faster if I just came over.
Vivian, make some more coffee, please, for Mr. Bellman.
I want to hear what he has to say. I was with you at Mr. Shaw's office that night.
Well, the news is good, or as good as can be expected under the circumstances.
I don't understand.
Well, Iris, I told you that if the DA pressed charges, he's going to have a difficult time convincing a jury to rule against a mother who came to the aid of her son.
So he's not going to press charges?
Not against you or Vivian.
Me?
As you said, Vivian, you were there.
Mr. Bellman, I didn't do anything wrong.
Technically, you did, Vivian, by not coming forward with that information. Makes you an accessory after the fact.
Strucker, that's all my fault. I told Vivian not to.
Well, it doesn't matter. As I said, the DA is going to overlook all that.
Well, what about Dennis? What's going to happen to him?
That's another matter.
You were going to ask the district attorney to change the charge against him from first-degree murder to manslaughter.
Of course, I brought that up at the meeting and asked for a reduced charge, but I don't think that's going to happen, at least not right away.
Why not? I made a confession. Isn't that enough?
The DA is not convinced your confession is valid, Iris.
What?
He thinks your confession may be just another way of your covering up for Dennis.
Honey, Barry is going through as rough a time as Ginny. It was his baby, too.
It was Ryan Connor's baby.
Ryan Connor.
Yes.
How long have you known that?
A long time, Max.
Does Barry know?
Oh, I suppose he knows by now. Whether he'll accept it, admit it, or understand it, that's something else.
Oh, why didn't Ginny tell him?
Oh, Max, she tried, but she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with it. And if he finds out now, I know he won't be able to deal with it. I'm afraid he's going to do something terrible to her.
Oh, I don't think Barry would ever hurt Ginny.
He's already hurt her. It's his fault she lost that baby.
Now, honey, all this talk about Barry being irrational. Now, I think you're the one who's being irrational. I know you're trying to help, but you have no business becoming involved in Barry and Ginny's personal affairs.
I'm already involved, Max. I am not going to back away and watch that man destroy her.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, suppose it does happen. Then it'll be too late, won't it?
Look, suppose I tell you that I'll keep a real close watch on Barry, huh? Well, would that make you feel better?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Then that's what I'm going to do.
Are you going to work with Barrett today?
No. Barry's going to be working with the horses today, and I'm going into town to talk to your mama.
What for?
Well, last night, when I was at the meeting, I was talking to Harry D. Morgan. And he said he remembered something about Bubba Wadsworth being involved in some sort of trouble about 10 years ago.
What's that got to do with my mother?
Well, I want her to help me get all the facts. I mean, all that Harry could remember was that Bubba was in the news for a couple of days, and then it all died down again.
Why didn't you ask my father about it?
Well, I called him at the office, but he wasn't there. I'll try him again later if your mama can't help me. You going back to bed, honey?
No, since Barrett's going to be out of the house all day, I think I'll go down and see how Ginny is.
That's what you're doing, isn't it? Punishing me.
I am not punishing you. Just can't put up with the way you're treating me anymore.
I think I've been more than kind to you. What other man would have forgiven his wife if she was carrying another man's child, and she'd been deceiving him about it for months?
I tried to explain to you my reasons for not telling you.
Oh, yes, my mood swings, my depressions. What a perfect excuse for you.
Barry, it was not an excuse. I didn't tell you because I was worried about how it would affect you.
You weren't concerned about my feelings. You were concerned about yours. You thought I was going to ask you to have an abortion, didn't you? Isn't that true?
Barry.
Now, you would have refused because you wanted to have Ryan Connor's baby.
It never occurred to me that you'd ever ask me to have an abortion.
And would you have obliged? Well, it's all over now anyway, isn't it? It's all taken care of.
I'm not going to stand here and listen to this.
Oh, yes, you are going to stay here and listen to it. Now, you're my wife, and you have an obligation to me. I come first in your life, not Steve, not Grandma, not Rena, me. You're going to put Ryan Connor out of your mind forever and concentrate on our marriage.
Barrett, please let go. You're hurting me.
We're going to have a new beginning, you and I. That's going to start by you moving back into our bedroom. Or else.
Or else what?
Or else you'll regret the day you ever met Ryan Connor.
Isn't there anything I can do to help Dennis?
There's not much any of us can do until the DA makes up his mind.
But if he is charged with first-degree murder, if he's convicted, he could be sentenced to life in prison.
Iris, I'm going to do everything I can to prevent that from happening.
It can't happen.
Iris, the best thing for you to do right now is stay calm until the DA makes a decision and to support Dennis as much as you can.
It's very difficult to support him when he won't even see me. Oh, that must be Dr. Douglas. He's bringing Alex home.
Iris, everything is going to be all right.
I'll get this, Mrs. Wheeler. Oh, Mr. Wheeler. Welcome back with us, Mr. Wheeler. It's so good to have you home. Mrs. Wheeler's in the living room, Doctor.
Mrs. Wheeler, Mr. Bellman.
Good morning, Dr. Douglas. How is Alex doing this morning?
Well, he's doing fine. I imagine he's happy to be out of the hospital.
You're home, darling. Do you know that? You're home.
Did you find anything?
Yes. Jim Long remembers reporting on that case, and he's going through his files right now.
Did he say anything about Bubba?
Well, it seems that Bubba's given name is George Wadsworth. And Jim seems to think that Bubba was arrested about 10 years ago on a stock fraud case.
So he is a crook.
No. Can't be certain of that. We should wait to see what Jim uncovers.
Oh, thanks for all your help. I appreciate it.
I'm not sure what good it'll do.
Well, if Bubba is a crook, Ryan Connor won't want him associated with World Oil.
But surely Ryan ran a check on him.
Well, Vicky, Ryan doesn't approve of this project any more than I do. Now, Justin conned Alex Wheeler into it.
Oh, Max, I've known Alex a long time, and he's not easily conned by anyone.
Well, Justin outsmarted him this time, and I'm going to outsmart Justin. Now, the more information I have about this little operation that he and Bubba are running here, the better chance I have of putting a stop to it.
Now, Max, dear, I understand why you're so upset, but please be careful of that hot temper of yours.
I just can't stand by and let Justin Marshall ruin our ranch land. Now, no matter what I have to do, he has got to be stopped.
All right, Stryker's looking into the situation, and if he finds he can help in any way, he will. But in the meantime, will you please try to stay calm?
Justin, he's putting that heavy equipment on the land, and he's starting to sink a well.
Are you sure he'll find no oil?
Yes, I am.
Well, then, it'll all be over soon anyway.
None too soon for me.
Ginny, I was just calling you, but when no one answered, I started to worry. Lord, what has that man done to you now?
I don't think I can take it anymore, Rena. I don't know what to do.
What happened, Ginny?
Barrett and I have been arguing ever since I got back from the hospital. He knows the baby was Ryan's.
Is that what you've been arguing about?
Mostly.
Well, I figured he'd guess it sooner or later.
He didn't guess it. I told him.
We're taking quite a chance.
Well, I didn't know I was telling him. I was still in the hospital. I was heavily sedated, and I thought I was talking to Ryan. Of course, Barrett is glad that I lost the baby.
Even if it wasn't his baby, how can he be glad?
He is.
Honey, I don't think that man realizes what he's saying.
He goes from being so cruel to being very kind and gentle.
Well, that has been his pattern all along, hasn't it?
And he tells me he wants to start a new life.
What do you want, Ginny?
I couldn't even sleep in the same bed with him last night. Rena, I'm terrified of him. Of what he might do to me. Or Steve. Or Ryan.
Where's Ryan?
He's in a meeting. I'll have him call you when he gets back.
I don't want to talk to Ryan anyway. I came to ask you to go to lunch with me.
Oh, well. I figured you'd be out on the range today, drilling for oil.
No, I can't start drilling until the equipment is in place.
Oh, when will that be?
Very soon. I'm working on the equipment right now.
Yeah, I heard that you had crews working double overtime.
Where'd you hear that?
Is it true?
Yes.
I hope that you know what you're doing, spending all of this money, Justin, because Mr. Wheeler is not in the habit of paying more than he's agreed to.
Why don't you let me worry about that?
Well, you may very well have to pay for all that overtime. You and Bubba Wadsworth.
Do you know what Ryan Connor is? I'd like to see him.
He's in a meeting.
Hello, Max.
Well, hello there, Justin.
Anything I can do to help you with, Max?
You might want to take a look at this. It will wipe that smile right off your face.
What is it?
Newsreel footage of your good friend Bubba Wadsworth coming out of civil court building with his jacket over his head.
Oh, I've seen it, Max. It's not very interesting.
Ryan will find it interesting.
I doubt it.
It proves that Bubba is a crook.
Bubba is no crook.
The man was arrested for stock manipulation.
If you had reviewed the case carefully, you would have found out that Bubba never served any time, and in fact, he was never even indicted.
I suppose next you're going to tell me that your friend Bubba was framed.
That's a very good possibility.
Well, I think that Ryan should review some of your friend's shady dealings.
Ryan and Alex know more about Bubba than you will ever know, Max.
I doubt that they know about this.
Oh, they know about it. Believe me, they know about it, and it didn't make one bit of difference to Alex. He went right ahead and funded this project through World Oil anyway.
I find that hard to believe.
Ask Ashley. She'll tell you.
They did fund the project, Max.
And we're going to go through with this. So you can look forward to seeing those little oil derricks right through your window by the 1st of next week.
Mr. Wheeler's resting comfortably now.
I hope he will be happy downstairs.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine.
I still think he would be more comfortable upstairs in his own bedroom. Well, I could have an elevator installed.
I could arrange for a full-time nurse if you like.
Oh, no. Vivian and I can take care of Alex by ourselves. If that means he's staying downstairs until he's able to walk again, then that's the way it will have to be. He will walk again, won't he, Doctor?
Believe me, we'll do everything we can. But in the meantime, while he's in this aphasic state, he won't be aware of his surroundings at all.
You really think that Alex is totally unaware of what's going on around him? I can't believe that. I can't believe he doesn't hear me, doesn't see me.
I know it'll be difficult at first. But in time, you'll come to accept it.
No. I'll never accept it. I won't.
Did Barrett make any specific threats?
No.
Did you ever talk to Courtney about him?
No.
Well, you were planning to.
I know. I changed my mind.
Honey, I know she's Barrett's sister, but she's also a doctor. That's why I thought she might be able to help.
I was thinking about that on the way here. I just don't think it would do any good.
Why not?
Because if Courtney talks to Barrett, he'll just be very calm and he'll deny that anything's wrong at all. And then, afterwards, he'll be very angry with me.
Ginny, I'm worried about you. I think maybe you should leave Barrett.
Where would I go?
Honey, this is only a suggestion, okay? But you could stay with my parents. They've got lots of room in their home for both you and Steve.
Oh, Rena, I don't think that's the answer.
Have you got a better one?
He needs to get professional help. Barrett needs to talk to somebody about his problems, to talk to a doctor.
Honey, he refuses to accept that he has any problems.
So far, he has refused.
Ginny, this is only going to get worse. How much longer can you put up with this?
I'm terrified to leave him. And I'm terrified to stay with him. What if he takes his anger out on Ryan?
Ryan can take care of himself.
But I can't be responsible for Barrett's hurting Ryan.
Honey, there's a much bigger chance that you'll get hurt. Or Steve. Oh, Jenny, you know I'm right.
Oh, my God.
Honey, have you talked to Kate about this?
She's over at Wanda and Buddy's.
Well, let me drive you over there. Now, don't worry. If that is Barrett, I won't let him in.
Hey, Rena, I'm looking for Ginny. You seen her around?
Come on in, Jeb. She's here. We've got something to talk to you about.
Justin, are you sure that Mr. Connor and Mr. Wheeler know everything they should about your friend, Bubba Wadsworth?
Yes. That's why Ryan doesn't like Bubba.
Well, just how shady has his business dealings been?
Actually, everybody is out to get as much as he can get.
You really believe that, don't you?
Sure I do. Nobody follows a contract to the letter. There are always loopholes. Except some people are willing to go a little farther than others.
Oh, some go even as far as Bubba Wadsworth and get themselves arrested.
Bubba never spent as much as 1 hour in jail.
I'm just afraid he's going to get you in trouble, Justin.
That'll never happen.
How can you be so sure?
Because everything that I do is legal. That's the way my father operated. And that's the way I intend to operate.
Marshal, you are the biggest con artist in Texas.
Hi, honey.
Oh, hi, sweetheart.
I'll, buy you lunch if you haven't already eaten.
I wish I hadn't. I had an early lunch with a prospective news director.
Anyone promising?
I thought so. But he wanted the station to buy 4 helicopters, hire 6 new reporters. So I'll just have to keep looking. How about you? Do you have any good news?
Yes, the DA is not going to press charges against Iris.
Oh, that's a relief. Well, now that Iris has confessed, will you be able to get the murder charge against Dennis dropped to manslaughter and perhaps get him out on bail?
If the DA is satisfied Iris telling the truth.
Why wouldn't he be satisfied?
Well, after what happened, he's going to check her story pretty thoroughly first.
Do you think eventually he'll believe her?
I, hope so. Can I use your phone?
Oh, sure, honey. What's up?
Well, Max called me earlier this morning. I didn't have a chance to get back to him.
Oh, yeah. Well, when he couldn't reach you, he came over here to see me.
Oh, yeah? What do you want?
He's trying to dig up some information on Bubba Wadsworth. Someone told him that Bubba had been arrested 10 years ago on and he's in an uproar.
What was Bubba arrested for?
Stock manipulation. Although it seems he was never indicted.
I don't remember anything about it.
Well, Jim Long reported on it for our station, so he dug up some film on it and gave it to Max.
What's Max going to do with the film?
Show it to Ryan Connor. He thinks that Ryan will put a stop to this project once he learns about Bubba.
Alex approved that deal. I don't think Ryan's going to change that decision.
Max intends to stop that project, honey.
I wish he'd have a little more patience.
Don't count on it.
Maybe Rena can calm him down.
Rena? Oh, Rena's more hot-tempered than Max is, especially on this oil business.
Yeah, but Rena's the one who started all this.
Yeah, I know. That makes it even worse because now she feels guilty about it.
Nothing I can do as long as Justin's operating within the law, and that's just what he's doing.
Oh, I had hoped you'd be able to find a way to help Rena and Max because now I'm afraid that Max may decide to take the law into his own hands.
All right, Barrett. I want to talk to you.
You look like you're all steamed up about something.
You bet I am. I just saw Ginny. You're turning her into a nervous wreck.
Ginny's a nervous wreck because she lost Ryan Connor's baby. She'll get over that soon, then she'll be fine.
I didn't realize that you could be so cruel.
Cruel?
Cruel.
You think what your sister did to me was kind?
She was trying to be kind.
Sure.
She was trying to spare your feelings.
Is that what they call it now? Everyone in Houston knew that she was carrying Ryan Connor's baby, except me.
Oh, that's not true.
Isn't it? That's all over now, anyway.
You're just going to start fresh?
That's right.
And every time you want Ginny to do something that you don't want her to do, you're just going to threaten her?
I never threatened her. I just got a few things straight with her.
You know, she should have left you as soon as she figured out you're the one locked in her storm cellar. I've been trying to convince her that right from the beginning.
You've been trying to discuss that crazy notion with her again.
You bet I have. That and a few other things. I've been trying to talk some sense into her head.
Ginny is my wife.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she knows that. And she even believes in you. Except I don't. Because I think you're sick, and I think you need help.
There is nothing wrong with me.
Oh, yes, there is. And if you don't go get yourself in the car right now and drive into town, talk to a doctor who can help you, I'm going to do my best to tell Ginny to leave you.
Don't overreact, honey. I'll talk to Max and try to get him calmed down.
I think you'll need to talk to Rena, too.
Have you talked to her lately?
Yes. Spoke to her yesterday. She called from the hospital. She was waiting to drive Ginny back to the ranch.
How's Ginny?
As well as can be expected.
How's Rena doing?
She's very depressed about Ginny.
You know, honey, I was thinking it'd be nice if Rena and Max get away for a couple weeks, go to Europe, Mexico, something like that.
Well, I don't know, Stryker.
Hey, do them a world of good. By the time they get back, Justin had hit a dry well and given up on finding oil on the Harper property. They'd come back relaxed. How does it sound?
Well, it sounds wonderful, but I doubt if either one of them will leave Houston right now.
Why not?
Because Max wants to keep an eye on Justin, and Rena won't leave Ginny.
Max and Rena never did have much of a honeymoon. Do them a world of good.
Whatever made you think about that?
Well, I was just thinking, you told me that Rena was thinking of having a baby, and thought maybe to get away on a romantic honeymoon might help her make up her mind.
Oh, darling. I didn't realize how much you wanted a grandchild.
Wouldn't you like to have a baby around to love?
I love the idea. But, honey, this is one area of Rena's life that I insist we stay out of. Rena's having enough problems dealing with that, and the last thing she needs is pressure from us.
All right. But it sure would be nice to have someone around to play baseball with.
Stryker, I mean it. Rena has to make up her own mind.
Ryan?
Rena, hello. Come on in.
Do you have a minute to talk to me?
Of course I do. Sit down, please. Uh-oh. What's wrong?
Ginny came to see me today.
How is she?
She's in bad shape, Ryan.
What's happened?
Barrett knows that the baby was yours.
She told him in the hospital, didn't she?
Oh, she was under sedation. She thought she was talking to you.
Kate told me that Barrett's been pretty calm lately. Is that true?
Well, he's not calm anymore. He's acting like a madman. He doesn't miss a single opportunity to say something cruel about that baby. He knows that that's going to hurt her. Ryan, she's so frightened she doesn't know whether she should leave him or stay with him.
Has he threatened her physically?
Not that I know of. I suggested that she pack up and leave him. I told her that she could stay at Vicky's and Stryker. There's plenty of room there.
But she can't leave Steve out there.
Well, of course she wouldn't leave Steve. If she decides to leave him. But I don't think she is.
I'll talk her into it. There's no reason for her to suffer any more abuse.
Ryan, the only reason I'm telling you all of this is so that you know what's going on. You did ask me to keep an eye on Ginny for you, didn't you? Don't go out to that ranch and cause any more trouble.
I'm bringing Ginny and Steve into town.
Stop. Right there.
You gonna blow me away?
You're not going to take Ginny away from me. No one is.
Barrett!
Stay out of this, Ginny.
Put the rifle down, Barrett.
I'm just protecting what's mine.
She's not your property.
Barrett. Put the rifle down.
Ginny.
Look what you're doing to us. Look what you're doing to yourself. You have to get help. You can't go on this way.
Listen, Rena, can you get Barrett up to the cabin so I can take Ginny out of the house?
Ryan, that is only going to make matters worse. Now, Ginny has got to make this decision on her own. If you get involved, then Barrett is never going to believe that she left him because of him. And he'll only blame you for it.
Well, suppose she decides to go back to Barrett to give him another chance. What if Barrett agrees to get help?
I just don't know what she's going to do. But I feel that the only thing that will help Barrett is a shrink. Now, I'm as worried about this as you are, Ryan. Let's just talk this through and see what we can come up with. Now, what about Elliot's trip to Washington? Did he ever see that man? You know, the one who was in Cambodia with him and Barrett, the one that shared the same prison camp?
Yes, Roger Williams. Elliot saw him, and Williams was in a coma. And he died before he could regain consciousness.
Well, now, does that mean that Barrett and Elliot are the only ones left who knew what was going on in that prison camp?
That's right.
What does Elliot say about it?
Well, he refuses to make any comment.
Do you think that Elliot is the traitor? Do you think that he collaborated with the Cambodian guards?
No, I think he refuses to talk about it, that's all.
Well, if he's not the traitor, why wouldn't he want to prove it?
Well, maybe Elliot could have proved it if Williams had lived, but now that Williams is dead, I don't know what he can do.
You see, Ryan, Ginny seems to think that Barrett's problems began when Colonel Austin came here and presented them both with the same medal. She feels that if somehow Elliot could have cleared his name, then Barrett wouldn't have gotten so upset.
You mean because Barrett received the same medal as an accused traitor? No. I don't think that made him crazy.
Well, that prison camp experience did something to him.
I'm sure it did, but he was adjusting pretty well until he found out that Ginny and I were engaged. No. I think Barrett's real problem is jealousy.
Ginny could only accept that. Maybe she wouldn't feel such an obligation to him.
Maybe. Look, is Ginny by herself at the ranch right now?
No, Jeb is with her, and Max promised me that he'd keep an eye on Barrett, so I think she's safe. For now.
Barry, please.
I think he was gonna really shoot me.
Oh, I wish I could be sure that was true.
I am. I don't think he was gonna pull the trigger.
And what about the next time? If he doesn't get help himself, I can't do anything to help him.
Maybe he's gonna get help.
I kept telling myself he would. He just can't admit he has a problem. I have done everything possible, and it hasn't worked. I can't live like this.
Wait a minute. Where are you gonna go?
To pack. I'm leaving Barrett.
Well, come stay at Elena's, okay?
No, I'm gonna go over to the Bellmans. I'll call Rena. I'll go pick Steve up from school.
No, listen. I'm gonna pick Steve up and I'll call Rena, all right? You just go and pack.
All right.
Hey, you're doing the right thing, okay?
It's the only choice I have, Jeb.
Mrs. Wheeler, are you sure you don't want Dr. Douglas to send that full-time nurse out here?
No. They're going to send a physical therapist over tomorrow to help us. They will be able to teach us the exercises that will help Alex.
But not a nurse?
The rest we'll do ourselves.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want anyone else taking care of Alex. No one but me.
I'll start lunch, Mrs. Wheeler.
I don't care what Dr. Douglas says, Alex. I know you can hear me. I know you can sense that I'm here. You're home, darling. They're not going to take you away from me again. I love you, Alex. And I need you. You'll have to get well. Do you hear me, Alex? You have to get well.
Where do you think you're going?
Here? Kind of like getting married all over again. Oh, honey, it's just beautiful.
Do you need a chance? Take this man, Billy Joe Wright, to be your lawfully wedded husband.
Oh, I do.
I love you so much, Nita. I love you so much. And I want to make you the happiest woman on the face of the earth. Time to wake up, honey. Mm-hmm. You have a nice nap, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you better get a move out. You're gonna make it over to Maggie's.
Oh, I love you, Billy Joe Wright.
Beth? Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, Rena.
What's wrong?
Jeb Hampton called. He's driving Ginny and Steve into town.
Oh, when did he call?
About 30 minutes ago. Apparently, Ginny has decided to leave Barrett.
Is she all right?
Yes, I gather she is. Jeb's picking Steve up at school, and then he's going back for Ginny.
I was afraid that she wouldn't leave Barrett. Thank goodness she's come to her senses.
With some help from you? Obviously, you told Ginny that she and Steve could stay here.
Mother, if I remember correctly, you have 6 bedrooms here?
That's not the point, honey.
Excuse me, I have to call Ryan.
Rena, I think you should stay out of this.
Mother, Ryan has got to know that Ginny is leaving Barrett. Thank you.
How's business?
Business is just fine, thank you.
Surprised to see you here today.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, I thought you might be on one of your missions of mercy.
Meaning?
I thought you'd be spending the day visiting your husband in jail. Join me in a drink?
No, thank you.
scotch and water? Things are looking a little slow around
It's
here.
because we finished serving lunch an hour ago, so if that's why you're here, you better go somewhere else.
Actually, I came to see you.
Hello, Paige. Am I too late for lunch?
Afraid so, Ryan. The kitchen's closed.
Looks like we're both running a little late today.
Hello, Pete. How have you been?
Hi, Ryan.
Have you spoken to your partner, Jim Lawrence, lately?
No, I haven't. Why?
Well, I thought he might be interested to know that the doctors feel that Alex is well enough to go home today. As a matter of fact, they sent him home this morning.
Oh, really? Well, that is good news. Jim will be very glad to hear that.
Ryan, it's for you.
Excuse me.
It's Rena Decker. She says it's important.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm leaving.
The hell you are.
Barrett, I'm not staying here, so get out of the way.
Ginny, please. I promise things will be different.
You
when
have
we get
broken every promise you've made to me in the past 3 months. I can't take this anymore.
I've got to get going to Maggie's if I'm ever going to get there.
You know, honey, I was thinking.
Gotta go.
I was thinking.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking. And the answer is no.
But Nita.
But Billy Joe, as it is, I'm only working 4 hours at Maggie's, and I'm not about to stop doing that. Besides, we need the money.
But that's just the point. We don't need the money.
With a baby coming and this whole apartment to pay for, we most certainly do need the money. And what's more, you keep buying me these expensive gifts like this ring, you're gonna need it even more.
I thought you liked the ring.
I do like the ring, but we gotta eat and we need a roof over our heads.
But I already told you, honey, with the royalties coming in from Elena's record, we're gonna have more money than we need. Besides, honey, you need your rest. The baby's gonna be due in a month.
I've been taking my naps and I've been getting my rest just like Courtney prescribed. You just don't want your wife working.
No, I don't. Especially when you don't have to. Oh, Nita, we just think about quitting, huh?
Okay, I'll think about it.
Good.
While I'm working. Now, would you get up off this bed?
What for? It's set down.
Because I need to make it. That's what for.
I'll make the bed, honey. Now, you just go on and get ready.
How many times do I have to tell you I am not an invalid?
Well, you just said so yourself that you're going to be late unless you get a move on. Now, go ahead, get going.
I swear, Billy Joe, you're just going to spoil me rotten by the time Billy Joe Jr. comes. You're probably going to spoil him, too.
How's my little $1 million mattress doing, huh? You and me, we got ourselves a little secret. We can't let Nita find out, otherwise she's gonna make us take out all that money and put it back where it came from. Only that'd be a little problem, because we don't know exactly where it came from now, do we?
Thanks for calling, Rena.
Is there some problem, Ryan?
No problem.
Well, I was just going to say that even though the kitchen is closed, I could probably have the chef rustle you up something.
No, that's not necessary. I'm really not that hungry. Listen, I'm going to be going back to the office and maybe grab an early dinner. Good seeing you again, Pete.
Oh, what was that all about?
I don't know, but I'd like to.
Why, are you interested in Ryan and Connor?
Hardly. He was engaged to marry my brother's wife, and I have this funny feeling that phone conversation had something to do with Barry and Ginny.
Well, don't let it bother you.
It does bother me. Ryan means to make more trouble for Barry.
Your brother's probably old enough to take care of himself.
Ginny, you can't leave like this. Not without talking to me first.
I've been talking to you for months. You refuse to listen.
That's not true. How can you leave me with No excuse, no reason.
You know what the reason is, Barrett. You just won't accept it.
Your brother convinced you to do this, didn't he? It's Jeb and Rena are always the ones who...
I was planning to tell you, but I came out to the stable and found you holding a gun on Jeb.
I was defending myself.
From what? Jeb wasn't holding a gun.
He's turning you against me.
No, you've done that. Barrett, you need help. I can't give it to you. It's something that you have to do on your own.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I think that you need to talk with someone.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
Barrett, you were holding a gun on my brother. I can't believe that's normal.
You weren't there. You don't know what he said to me.
You were threatening to shoot him. What could he say to justify that?
I had to teach you a lesson.
There's no reason for me to try and reason with you. Barrett!
Do not believe in me, Jenny. I won't allow it.
Elliot, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Paige. And you?
Oh, Peter Parnell, this is Elliot Carrington.
How do you do? Carrington.
Oh, yes, Elliot is Dennis's father.
Oh, I see. Paige has told me about her husband's arrest and the murder investigation. I hope everything works out all right. Thank you. I hope so, too.
We're going to see to it, aren't we, Elliot?
Well, Dennis is very fortunate to have such a determined wife and father. You're an old friend of Paige's?
No, actually, Peter has only been in Houston a short time. He does work with World Oil.
Oh, I see. My firm leases tankers from World Oil.
Oh, then you must know Alex Wheeler.
Well, actually, I don't know him that well. I've met him a few times, but my partner's a very good friend of his.
You know that Alex was brought home earlier today.
Yes, Ryan Connor was just telling me. Do you know how he is? I understand he's still in a coma.
That's right. But I spoke with one of Alex's doctors the other day. They still have hope that he may pull out of it sometime soon.
Is that right?
Because apparently that's why they allowed him to come home. I think Iris felt that more familiar surroundings might be a stimulus of some kind.
You know, actually, I ought to pay a visit on Mrs. Wheeler now that Alex is out of danger.
Oh, you haven't seen Iris yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, don't you think it would be better to give Iris a few days to get used to Alex being home from the
Oh,
hospital?
on the contrary, I think Iris would appreciate the company.
I should probably drive over there right now.
I think that's a good idea.
It's been very nice meeting you, Elliot.
Yes, same here.
Goodbye, Paige.
Strange man.
I'm sorry I offered your home without consulting you first, but I thought you wouldn't mind.
Of course I don't mind. Ginny and Steve can stay here as long as they want. What I object to is your interference in their lives.
Mother, Ginny came to see me this morning. She was a total wreck. Barrett found out that the baby she lost is Ryan's. And if I told you that he was cruel to her about it, that would only be putting it lightly.
Oh, honey.
Ginny is terrified of him. She couldn't even sleep in the same room with him, let alone the same bed.
I'm sorry I jumped to the wrong conclusion.
Well, if you call that interfering, I only did it because I was afraid for Ginny.
Well, if Ginny's in such a state, perhaps it's better that you get away for a while.
I did go to Ryan on my own, but I thought he should know that Barrett found out about the baby.
All right. But I hope this is the end of it.
What do you mean?
Rena, honey. Look, I know you've been doing what you thought you had to do. And really, on the whole, I think you've acted wisely. But now that Ginny and Steve are coming here, in the future, I want you to temper your advice.
I'll certainly try.
It's very important now that Ginny make her decisions on her own.
Oh, that's true.
And you can be here if she needs you.
Well, Barrett will probably blame me for Ginny's decision of leaving him. He blames me for everything else.
Oh, that's even more reason for you to stay out of it, especially if he's already angry with you.
I don't care what he thinks of me. What matters is that Ginny and Steve are safe.
Barrett, let go of my arm!
I don't want to hurt you, Ginny. I never have.
You did, and you'll hurt me again.
No, that's not true.
Barrett, I know that you'll try not to hurt me, but you will eventually. I can't live with that fear anymore. And I can't live with the fear that you might hurt Steve.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you already have.
I've never laid a hand on him.
No, but to a child, the threat of violence is just as terrifying as the violence itself. Steve never knows from one minute to the next how you're going to treat him.
Ginny, I love Steve as much as I love you.
Yes, I know that.
Well, then stay and we'll work it out.
We can't!
We can. Yes, we can.
Can you forgive me for loving Ryan? Can you forgive me for believing that you'd never come back?
I would have waited for you, Ginny.
You don't know that. You can't say that.
I could never love anyone else.
Neither could I for 5 years. But then I was convinced that you would never come back alive.
And you fell into Ryan Connor's arms.
That's not how it happened.
He took advantage of you.
No. I needed Ryan. More than he needed me. And Steve needed him too. But when you did return, I chose to stay with you. I tried to forget Ryan.
You only stayed with me because you felt an obligation to me.
Yes, that was one of the reasons. But not the only one. I wanted us to be a family again. I wanted that so much for all of us.
We can be a family.
Barrett, your jealousy has torn us apart. You've destroyed any hope that we might have had.
What's that?
It's Jeb. He's driving me to town to stay with the Bellmans.
All right. If you insist on going, maybe it'll be for the best. A week or so separation. People do it all the time.
Barrett.
No, I mean, maybe it'll do good for both of us. Maybe what we need is a little distance, time to forget what things have been bothering us, forget the difficulties, think things through, and remember all the good years that we've had. Ginny, I know we can have those again. I'm sure of it.
You all right?
No, okay.
Of course she's all right.
Is Steve okay?
Yeah.
You're not taking Steve.
Hey, Nita. Oh, Courtney. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
I just get so involved with my papers here.
Yeah, big business, huh?
Oh, yeah, well, big business for me. You know, you got great time, and the last little lunch crowd just left.
That's the general idea.
Yeah, but there's only one problem. All the specials are gone.
That's okay, because I really didn't come by to have lunch. I wanted to talk to Maggie about something, and of course I wanted to check on you. Where is she?
Well, she had a headache, so she went upstairs to lie down.
Nothing. Oh, no, not her migraines.
No, just the normal lunch rush type.
Oh, that's why she's got you doing the books.
Yeah, well, she's got me doing the books for the last month or so. Maggie hardly will let me do anything else.
She's really worried about you.
Worried? I mean, if it were up to Maggie and Billy Joe, I would have been in bed resting for the last 2 months.
How do you feel?
I feel fine.
Don't you think it's time that you came in for an examination?
I called Maria yesterday and I made an appointment.
Good.
Okay.
Hi, Nita.
Hi, Mama Sue. I'd like to introduce Dr. Courtney Marshall.
Well, my pleasure, Doctor.
Thank you. Can I get you some lunch?
Well, I thought I might have a bite.
Let me run and catch Robert before he goes in his place.
Oh my, Nita! Wherever did you get that beautiful diamond ring?
You said you thought Peter was a strange man.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you say that?
Just a first impression.
It's a rather strong first impression, don't you think, Ellie?
Well, I thought it was strange that he hadn't been to pay his respects to Iris sooner. It's been several weeks since Alex had his stroke.
Maybe he was busy.
I suppose.
Or, maybe he realized how upset Iris was going to be and he didn't want to bother her.
Have you known Miss Parnell very long?
Not really.
Does he come by here often?
Mostly when he has business to do with World Oil. Why do you ask?
Just wondering.
Can I help you?
I wonder if I might see Mrs. Wheeler.
Who are you?
My name is Pete Parnell. Is, Mrs. Wheeler at home?
No, she isn't, but I'll tell her you called.
I'm a business friend of Mr. Wheeler's. I've come to see if I could be of any help.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mrs. Wheeler will be back in about half an hour or so.
Would it be possible for me to wait for her?
I guess so. Do you know Mr. Wheeler very well?
Well, actually, no, I don't. I've met him a couple of times, but my business partner, Jim Lawrence, is an old friend of his.
Jim Lawrence. Oh, yeah. Mr. Lawrence was here at Mr. Wheeler's birthday party. They talk about golf the whole night.
Yes, well, Jim is the great golfer.
That's what Mr. Wheeler says. Poor Mrs. Wheeler, she had to drag Mr. Wheeler away to greet his other guests.
I can imagine.
Mr. Wheeler always said that Mr. Lawrence was a better golfer even than he was.
I'm afraid that's true. As a matter of fact, Jim's the reason I gave up golf. We played one time. He shamed me so badly I never picked up the clubs again.
Well, that's no reason to give it up. I used to have that problem when I'd go bowling with Rudy, my boyfriend back in Bay City.
Boy, Rudy was a good bowler.
Oh, he was terrible. But I wouldn't let him give it up. And, you know, finally he got to be pretty good.
You're probably right. I probably should give golf another chance sometime. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Vivian.
Vivian. That's very pretty.
Thank you.
How is Mr. Wheeler, Vivian?
Well, he's coming along, but he hasn't recovered yet.
It's a shame, isn't it? A fine man like that struck down in the prime of his life.
Yes, it's true. Mr. Wheeler is just a wonderful man. You just don't know. He's thoughtful and he's kind. Well, we're all praying for him.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are. Do you think I might see him briefly?
Sure. I guess that'd be all right. Mrs. Wheeler did say that Mr. Wheeler should see as many people that he knows as possible.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, because Mrs. Wheeler says it's familiar surroundings and people that are going to help Mr. Wheeler get well the fastest.
Well, good. In that case, I'm glad I came. Maybe I can do some good.
Come on.
Where's Stryker?
Oh, he came by my office earlier, but he's spending most of the afternoon in court. Thank you, honey.
Did he say anything about figuring out a way to stop Justin from putting up those oil rigs on the Harper place?
Nope.
He's the best lawyer in Texas. There's got to be a way.
Well, if there is, your father will surely find it. Now, if not, you and Max have to have a little patience.
Mother, would you mind telling that to Max?
If there's no oil on that land, those rigs won't be up for very long.
You know something?
What?
I wouldn't put it past Justin to leave up those rigs just so he could antagonize Max and me.
Well, he couldn't do that. It's too expensive. World Oil would never allow it.
I don't know about that. World Oil has already allowed him to test drill on land that everybody in Texas knows doesn't have any oil.
Look, honey, if I were you, I would just let this whole thing blow over. Now, if Justin engineered this project to antagonize Max, don't give him the satisfaction of knowing that his plan succeeded.
I'm responsible for all
Billy.
No, I'm the one that tried to talk Max into drilling.
Well, if you hadn't, Justin certainly would have had, and then the results would be the same.
Maybe. Except Max would have known that I supported him from the beginning.
Does he hold that against you?
No. He's been a lot more understanding about it than I ever would have been.
Well, be grateful for that and stop your worrying.
Did Max ever get to you today?
Yes, he did. And we uncovered a story about Bubba Wadsworth. It seems he was arrested 10 years ago for stock manipulation.
That proves that he's guilty, then.
No, honey. It just proves he was arrested. He wasn't convicted of a crime. And in fact, he wasn't even indicted.
That just means that he had a good lawyer.
Maybe it means he was innocent.
Oh, Mother, do you really believe that?
Honey, I don't know.
I wonder if he got himself in any other kind of trouble.
Oh, don't worry. Stryker's checking on that.
That must be Ginny. Ryan, come in.
Are Ginny and Steve here yet?
Barrett, Steve's in the car, and he's going with his mother.
I think for the time being, it's best if I have Steve with me.
All right. Well, Vicky and Stryker have always treated him as if he was their nephew. Calls him Aunt Vicky and Uncle Stryker.
He's very comfortable with them.
School's out today. Maybe it might be nice for him to have a little vacation. He'll be gone a week. I'll drive you.
Barrett, I'm going to drive her.
I'm Ginny's husband, Jeb.
Look, you got some things to do around here on the ranch, right?
Don't worry. I'll get us to Houston safely. If you want to follow in your car, just to make sure that I deliver her to the Bellmans, be my guest.
All right, I'm going to do that.
You have everything you need?
Yes.
You will be back within a week, won't you, Ginny?
I can't promise you that, Barrett.
It's all right. We'll just take it one day at a time. After you.
Billy Joe got it for me yesterday.
Why, it's just beautiful. Well, look at it sparkle. That ring could blind you.
It really is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Well, I tried to talk Billy Joe out of it, but you know him. When he gets his mind set on something, the wild horses couldn't stop him.
I like a man like that.
I just wish he had picked out something a little less expensive.
Well, expensive is right. Well, that ring must have cost about $10,000.
Oh, no, it didn't cost that much.
I bet it did, too.
Are you sure?
Well, if it's real, I'm sure. And it looks real to me.
Well, how do you know so much about diamonds?
Oh, my brother's a jeweler. Besides, I got ladies coming into my beauty parlor all the time with rings like that. You bet your booties it cost $10,000.
Oh, well, I had no idea it would...
What's
was
wrong,
that expensive? Well, what's wrong is that I don't think Billy Joe should be buying a ring when we got a baby due soon.
Wherever did Billy Joe find that kind of money anyway?
Well, the royalties from Elena's record have started coming in.
Did Billy Joe say that?
Yeah, he said that. Why?
Well, because Elena said the royalties wouldn't be coming in for a month or so, and...
Have you seen Dennis today?
Yes, earlier this morning.
How is he?
He's fine. Aren't you planning to visit him today?
No, I'm not.
Why not? It's none of my business.
Obviously, Dennis hasn't told you.
Told me what?
He asked me not to visit him for a little while.
Well, Dennis has been rather moody lately, but it's understandable being locked up like that. But it's important for him to see the people who love him. It's very important that he knows that he has our support.
Elliot, Dennis asked me for a divorce.
What?
He thinks it's the best thing for both of us.
Well, when did this happen?
The other day when I visited him.
But why now?
He thinks that when he's sentenced to prison that our marriage will fall apart.
Paige, Dennis isn't going to be sentenced to prison.
I want to believe that more than anything.
Believe it, Paige. Because one way or the other, I'm going to see to it that Dennis doesn't go to jail for murdering Chris Shaw.
But the facts implicate him more and more every day,
Paige,
Elliot.
I'm doing what I can. But if you give up on him now, he'll have lost the most important reason for him to fight on.
I'm not giving up on him, Elliot, but I don't know what more to do. I mean, if he doesn't want to see me, I can't force myself on him.
Well, I'll talk to him.
No.
Yes.
And say what?
Well, I'll reason with him. He's not thinking clearly. He's angry and hurt, but he needs you, Paige. He needs you very badly.
No, Elliot, I don't think it's a good idea.
Paige.
No, Dennis needs time to think this out himself. He needs time to make his own decision. I only hope it's the right decision.
Mr. Wheeler's still asleep. He opens his eyes from time to time, but then he just stares forward like doesn't really see anything.
Is he aware of his surroundings?
I don't know. The doctors say that he doesn't see or hear anything, but Mrs. Wheeler doesn't believe that.
It sounds like Mrs. Wheeler is a very determined woman.
Oh, she is. She'll never give up. If anybody can bring Mr. Wheeler back to health, that's Mrs. Wheeler. Can I fix you something while you're waiting for Mrs. Wheeler to arrive? Some coffee, some tea, a drink maybe?
Well, thank you. Yeah, a big glass of iced tea sounds wonderful.
Do you like it sweet?
Yes, that's exactly how I like it.
I do too. Mrs. Wheeler just hates it that way. But I always put a lot of lemon in it to cut that sweetness.
That's just the way I like it.
Now, if Mr. Wheeler opens his eyes, you just talk to him like he's anybody, you know? That's what Mrs. Wheeler does, and I do too sometimes. But don't you let it bother you if he doesn't answer.
No, I won't.
Because that's the kind of thing that's going to bring him around.
Thank you, Vicky.
Okay. One sweet iced tea coming up.
Thank you. So, Alex, we meet again.
Are you sure that's...
Hey, what is it? You look really worried about something.
It's Ginny. She left Barrett
When?
this afternoon.
What happened?
She can't live with him anymore. He's insanely jealous. She has no idea what he's going to do next. Courtney, you know he's the one that locked her down in the storm cellar? And when she confronted him, he slapped her. And he has been verbally abusing her ever since.
She was so worried about leaving the hospital to go back to the ranch.
That's because she thought things were going to work out between them.
Barrett needs help.
You bet he needs help. Ginny's been trying to convince him of that, but he thinks that there's nothing wrong with him.
Well, when I asked her about it, she said she thought he was going to be just fine.
She was trying to believe in him. But he went completely off the deep when he found out that she was carrying Ryan's baby. But she can't take it anymore. She left him.
Where did she go?
She's out there. She's with the Bellman. She's got Steve with her.
Is she all right?
Yeah, she's all right. Everybody is trying to help her. But Barrett's the one that needs the help.
Ryan?
Thank you.
Listen, Vicky, do you have any idea why Ginny suddenly decided to leave Barrett?
No, Jeb didn't give much information on the phone.
I hope it wasn't because he started hitting her again.
Mother doesn't think that Barrett is crazy.
Well, I wouldn't exactly characterize him as crazy, but his moods are certainly unstable. Believe me, I've seen enough evidence of that.
Is little Steve aware of these problems?
Well, Steve knows that there are problems. Barrett's mood swings have been affecting him for a long time.
Then this move with Ginny won't come as a complete surprise to him.
Well, I don't think he understands just how close Barrett and Ginny are to splitting up.
You don't approve of my being here, do you, Vicky?
I just wonder if it might not be wiser to give Ginny some time alone.
She's been alone too long. I just wasn't able to give her the comfort she needed when she lost the baby, and now she's walked out on a marriage that she tried so hard to make work, and I know she's afraid. But if she doesn't want me here, believe me, I'll leave.
All right, well, if you'll excuse me, I better check on Beth. She's getting 2 rooms ready upstairs.
Ryan, are you all right?
The only way I'm going to be all right is when I see Ginny walking through that door.
It won't be long. Ryan, I'm so grateful that she left that man before he killed her.
Rena, you know, I also have some very selfish reasons for wanting Ginny to leave Barrett.
Well, at this point, I think you're entitled.
Do you think Barrett's willing to accept her decision?
I don't think he has any other choice.
Well, he could cause more trouble for her.
With Barrett being out at the ranch and Ginny being in town.
It's a very easy drive from the ranch into town, right?
My father won't let him come here and cause Ginny any trouble. This is his house, and Barrett will have to respect it.
Sure hope he does.
Oh, Ginny, darling.
Hello, Ginny. Steve.
Is Jed bringing in the suitcases?
Well, Jim and I have built up a very lucrative business. Yes, we use world oil tankers, and yes, we transport drugs. Now, you see, everything's out in the open. But I've got an offer to make.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying I'm thinking of cutting you in on our little venture.
Cutting me in? You must be out of your mind.
No, I assure you I'm not.
I know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't want any part of it.
Why don't you think it over?
I've thought it over. And I want you out before I turn you in and call the police. Right now!
Alex, you're a good businessman, and I think you'll see that I'm making you a very good offer.
Get out! Get out! Don't you hear me? Get out!
Alex, I'm afraid we're going to have to disappoint your wife. It seems you've suddenly taken a slight turn for the worse.
Ginny trouble. Now, this is his house, and you'll have to respect that.
I hope he does.
Ginny, darling. Oh, Steve?
Hello, Ginny. Steve.
Is Jeb bringing in the suitcases?
So now we find out the truth.
Barrett?
You lied to me. You told me you wanted time to be alone, to work out your thoughts. What you wanted was to be with Ryan Common.
Hey, Roy, did Andy call in yet?
Yeah, he did.
Well, what time's the band going to get here?
He said they'd be down about an hour or so.
Well, hey there, sweetheart. How you doing, huh? You ready to get back to work?
No, Billy Joe, I'm not.
Well, what do you mean here, honey? I mean, all your fans, they heard about your big success singing up there in New York.
Well, I am sorry.
Honey, you got to. I mean, I already took out the ads in the paper with some of your reviews. People are going to be real anxious to hear from you.
Well, they're just going to have to wait.
What's the matter with you? You ain't still upset about what happened in New York, are you?
Of course I'm still upset about it, Billy Joe. And there is just no way that I'm going to be able to go on tonight.
Honey, we got customers. We got a show we got to do tonight.
Hey, maybe I can help. Miss Decker, I sure do like your new song. It's all over town. And it's a real hit. You sound great.
Thank you.
Hey, look, buddy, I don't mean to be rude or nothing, but this here's a private discussion between me and my
Billy
client.
Joe.
So if you don't mind.
Billy Joe.
No problem.
Do you know what you just did?
No, what did I just do?
That is Ray Stevens, the country and western singer.
Oh, Alex, I'm afraid we're going to have to disappoint your wife. Seems you've suddenly taken a slight turn for the worse.
Could I have the tea in the living room? Mr. Parnell, I'm Iris Wheeler. I put the tea tray in the living room here. Thank you, dear. You know, Mr. Parnell, Alex always spoke highly of your partner, Jim Lawrence.
Do you know Jim?
Well, I've met him once, but I can't really say that I know him.
Your Jim was very upset to hear about your husband's stroke.
You can tell Mr. Lawrence that Alex is going to get well soon, very soon. I'm going to see to that.
I admire your determination, Mrs. Wheeler.
I got it from my husband. He built World Oil, his financial empire, single-handedly, you know.
You must be a strong man.
Yes, very strong and very tenacious. You can't keep a man like that down.
No, I imagine you can't.
Where's Jim Lawrence now?
He's out of the country on business.
Oh, I hope he comes back soon and pays Alex a visit. I think that being home in familiar surroundings and seeing the people he knows, his family and his loved ones, will help Alex more than anything else.
I'm sure you're right. Alex is very fortunate to have a wife like you.
No, I'm the fortunate one, Mr. Parnell. Now, I think we've talked enough about me. I'd like to hear something about you.
You're right, Elena. It is Ray Stevens. I'm real sorry I talked to you like that, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, I don't give it another thought.
Well, I just didn't recognize you. I mean, I sure never guessed I'd meet somebody like you here at the Coop.
Well, no reason why you should. This is the first time I've been here at the Coop.
Yeah, but I've seen your face often enough in all those country western magazines. I mean, I ought to at least be able to recognize you.
Like I say, no big deal.
Excuse me, but what did you mean when you said you might be able to help me and Elena out here?
Oh, well, I came here to hear Miss Decker sing, and if she's not feeling well, well, I'd be happy to sub for her.
You really mean that?
Sure I do.
Why, that's great. That's fantastic. Hey, look, I can even pay you some here.
Oh, no, I wouldn't be doing it for money. Just call it a favor to a fellow performer. What do you want me to do?
Well, the band's supposed to be here for rehearsal in about a half an hour.
All right, I'll just hang around till then.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so very much. That's wonderful. Look, in the meantime, why don't you just check out the bandstand before the guys get here? It's right out back here.
Okay, good idea. See you later.
Right around back there. Well, did you hear that, huh?
Yeah, I heard.
Well, ain't that great?
It's real great.
Well, what's wrong now?
Where did you get all that money, Billy Joe?
Barrett, that's not true.
The hell it isn't. That's what you wanted all along.
Barrett! Ginny had no idea I was here.
Steve, why don't we go into the kitchen and see if Beth made some cookies, hmm?
You go ahead with Rita. I'll be in a minute.
Go ahead.
Afraid Steve would give your story away?
It's no use talking to you. You're not interested in hearing the truth.
Look, Rena called and told me that Ginny and Steve were coming into town.
How thoughtful of her.
It was my idea to come over here this afternoon, Barrett.
You and Rena are to be congratulated. You've engineered this separation.
Barrett, that's enough about Rena and Ryan. I am the one who left you. It was my decision.
You've been plotting against me ever since I returned from Cambodia.
Oh, for God's sake, Barrett, no one's plotting against you.
Barrett, it's about time you learned a few facts. Now, Ginny could have married me, but she chose you instead.
Because she felt she had an obligation to me.
Okay, that was part of it. There's a lot more to it. You had every chance in the world to make Ginny happy. But instead, you did everything you possibly could to make her miserable, to torment her.
She betrayed me.
No, Barrett. You betrayed Ginny. Now, I've stayed out of this as long as I could until you hurt her. And then you lost her.
I'll never give her up.
It's over, Barrett. And you better accept that.
I'll never accept my wife leaving me for another man.
Barrett, please listen to me. I didn't leave you because of Ryan. I left you because of your anger and your hate and your jealousy.
We talked about your staying a week, maybe two.
You talked about it. I didn't.
You convinced me. You led me to believe that this was just a trial separation. But you had no intention of coming back to me. Did you?
Have you been in Houston long?
Well, not long. Until recently, I spent most of my time down in Galveston in our main offices.
How long have you been in partnership with Jim Lawrence?
Oh, it's about a year now.
Not recently.
Yeah, well, it seems like longer. Jim and I hit it off right away. We work very well together.
I don't suppose you've had time to make many friends here in Houston.
No, for the most part, I've been too busy to make friends.
Oh, one should never be too busy to make friends.
It's true. And I'm hoping that that'll change now that I'm spending more time here in Houston.
It's too bad. If things were different, if Alex were well, I'd be having people for dinner and giving parties. I'd love to introduce you to my circle of friends.
That would have been nice.
But until Alex is better, I won't be doing any entertaining.
I understand. I do see your daughter-in-law, Paige Carrington, from time to time.
Oh, really?
Yes, she's doing quite a job running the Top of the World Club.
I don't think that job is terribly difficult. I think a great many people could run it just as well. Maybe better. How well do you know Paige?
Well, just to speak to her when I go into the club for dinner.
Of course, you've read about my sons being in jail.
Yes, I have.
Paige is responsible for that. It's all her doing. And for that reason, she's not welcome in this house.
How's your son's case coming along?
Our attorney, Stryker Bellman, and I are doing everything we can for Dennis, but it's all in the hands of the district attorney now.
Is there a chance that he could be set free?
He pleaded guilty. If he does get off, it will be a miracle. But then, I've always been a woman who believes in miracles.
I have a feeling you may even have been responsible for a few. Well, I've taken enough of your time, Mrs. Wheeler. I really should be going.
Thank you for dropping by, Mr. Cornell.
Oh, my pleasure. Hope to see you again soon.
Yes, I hope so, too. Goodbye now.
Bye-bye.
Is Mr. Parnell gone? I was going to ask if you wanted some more iced tea.
Yes, he's gone. Vivian.
What?
Don't ever allow someone into Alex's room again without my being there.
Kate, come in.
Hi, Max. Is Ginny here?
No, she's not.
Well, she wasn't at home.
When I got there from Wanda and Buddy's, maybe she's gone for a walk.
She's gone to Houston with Steve.
What's wrong?
Ginny's left Barrett. I tried to find you to tell you.
It was the baby, wasn't it?
That's part of it.
I asked Barrett if he could forgive Ginny for it all, and if he could trust her to want to be with him and not Ryan, and he said he could.
He can't forgive Ginny for loving Ryan. His jealousy's just gotten out of hand, and, well, Ginny just can't handle it anymore.
Can you understand his anger and resentment at finding out that she was carrying Ryan's child?
Yes. I think it's a natural reaction. Oh, I probably would have felt the same way myself. But he just won't let go of the anger. He refuses to understand why Ginny didn't tell him.
I tried to explain it to him. I thought that maybe in time...
Time has run out, Kate. Barry's a sick man and he needs help. But he refuses to admit that he's got a problem. I didn't believe it either, but Rena kept telling me.
What did Rena tell you?
It's not important now, Kate.
Don't do that to me, Max. Don't start to tell me something and not finish it. I want to know about Barrett.
Ginny believes that Barry locked her in the cellar.
Why on earth would he do a thing?
He got this idea that Ginny was meeting secretly with Ryan. She confronted him, and he slapped her. You remember that bruise she had on her cheek?
She did that when she fell against the door of the kitchen cabinet.
No, she didn't. She told Rena what happened, and Rena got worried, so Rena arranged for Ryan to come over here and talk to her. Barry showed up while Ryan was here, and he went for Ryan, and Ginny stepped between them, and Barry pushed her to the floor. She's convinced that that's why she lost the baby. I'm sorry.
There's more, isn't there?
That's enough.
Tell me. Barrett is my grandson, Max.
He and Jeb had an argument this afternoon about the way he's been treating Ginny. Jeb told him that he was going to try and convince Ginny to leave him, and Barrett pulled a rifle on Jeb.
He didn't?
No. Ginny walked in on them. Jeb doesn't think that Barry would have pulled the trigger, but Ginny... that was it for her.
Where is Ginny now?
At Stryker and Vicky's.
All I wanted was to get away. I didn't think beyond that.
All you could think about was rushing into Ryan's arms.
Barrett, I told you, Ginny didn't know I was here.
And I don't believe you.
Barrett, I'm afraid of you. That's why I left you.
You have
I'm afraid of what you do to me or Steve.
You have no cause to be afraid of me.
You threatened me. You held a rifle on my brother. Oh, Barrett. Can't you see what's happening to you? Don't you understand that you need help?
She's right, Barrett.
Keep out of this.
No. Never again. I promised Ginny I'd stay out of her life. But you forced me to break that promise when you hit her. Now, I won't let that happen again.
I'd like you to leave, Barrett. I'm very tired. And I can't stand this anymore. I'd like you to leave too, Ryan.
My, aren't you clever making me think that Ryan's leaving too?
Stop it! Stop it and get out of here now!
All right. I'm going. But I want you to think about something, Ryan. I want you to think about the unwritten law.
Ryan, what's he talking about, the unwritten law?
It's nonsense.
No, it sounded like a threat.
It's nothing. Don't worry. It's not any threat he's going to carry out, believe me.
Where did I get what money?
The money that you just showed to Mr. Stevens.
Oh, that money. Well, yeah, sure. That's part of the royalty payments that have been coming in from your record. Yeah, they just started coming in.
Wait a minute. This is the first I've heard about royalty payments. I thought you told me there wasn't going to be any money coming in for another month or so.
Well, yeah, I thought so first, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, exactly how much money has come in so far?
Exactly?
Yes.
Well, I don't remember exactly.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Well, they came in a couple checks. I don't remember the actual amounts.
Hey, Joe, you're supposed to know these kind of things. You're my manager.
I got it all written down, but my account book's back in the trailer. In any case, I can pay a part of your share now. Here. That's an advance.
Billy Joe, this is $1,000.
I know how much it is. I'll settle the rest with you later.
I'm not complaining or anything, but I don't think you ought to be giving me this kind of cash.
Why not?
I don't know. Shouldn't you... It seems like you should write me a check or something.
I'll write you a check later. This here's just to tide you over.
Yeah, but don't you need a receipt for all the money you've given me, like a check stub or something?
I got all the receipts I need, darling, right up here in the old noggin.
I hope you know what you're doing, Billy Joe.
Well, of course I do. Now, I got you this far, didn't I?
Yeah?
Yeah, all right. Well, look, I gotta get a move on here if I want to get this rehearsal started.
Of all the children, Barry was always my favorite. I tried not to have favorites, but he was always so kind and gentle and loving.
Barry's been through so much, Kate. It's not his fault.
The Marshalls have always taken responsibility for their actions, good or bad. We've never looked around for something or someone to blame.
Barry was the first Marshal to spend 5 years in a POW camp. Now that can change a man. If we can get some help for him.
Ginny couldn't help him. Why do you think we can?
We have to try.
I remember when his mother died. He was not much older than Steve. And he was devastated. He never did adjust to her death until he met Ginny. And she was able to ease his loneliness and the pain. And now he's lost her.
Ginny's done all she can to make Barry happy.
I know.
She's really stayed with him longer than she should have, Kate.
Well, I don't blame her. I'm just wondering what's going to become of Barrett.
You all right?
No.
Ginny, don't cry. It's all going to be over real soon.
I don't know if it'll ever be over. I'm so scared.
No, you won't have to be afraid anymore. You're safe here. You know that.
You don't know what Barrett will do, Ryan.
He's not going to hurt you anymore, Ginny. Never again. Want a drink or some tea? Did you talk to Steve?
No. Vicky, took him to the country club. Beth said they wouldn't be gone too long.
Why don't you go upstairs and lie down, huh?
No, I want to wait for Steve.
He's gonna have a lot of questions.
I know. Hope I'll be able to make him understand what's going on. I wonder how I'll explain it to him. I'm not even sure I understand it myself.
Want me to be with you when you talk to him?
No, I think it's best that I tell him by myself.
I understand. Sure made a mess of things by being here when you arrived, didn't I? I thought Jeb was gonna bring you into town.
Barrett insisted on driving me in. Jeb followed us to make sure that we arrived safely.
What did Barrett say to Steve in the car?
About the separation?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he told him that, we were going to stay with the Bellmans so I could be closer to the doctors for a while. Since it was Steve's last day of school, he said that he could stay with me in town for a week or so.
I don't think it was very smart of Barrett to lie to Steve.
I doubt that Barrett knew he was even being dishonest. I think he was convinced that that was the reason I was leaving the ranch.
Do you think Steve knew?
I'm not sure. I think Stephen is so confused he doesn't know what to believe.
Ginny. You're not thinking of going back to Barrett again, are you?
I doubt it. I just have to get some rest. Think things through before I make a final decision. My main concern now is Steve. Once I settle that, take care of him, then I can decide the next step.
Hi, Jeff.
Well, hey, Elena. Glad you're here.
Is something wrong?
No, I'm fine.
You don't look as if you're fine.
There was a little trouble on the ranch today.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, look, I don't want to talk about it, okay?
It's Ginny and Barrett, isn't it?
Look, it's all settled now. I might as well tell you the truth. Look, Ginny left the ranch. She's gone to stay at the Bellmans for a while.
Jeff, I'm sorry. I hope that everything works out all right.
It will, thank you. Look, I don't come here just, to lay this stuff on you
Jeff,
like that.
anything that's bothering you, I want to know about. Jeff.
Nothing's bothering me, you know why? Because everything's going to be fine.
Well, I hope so.
Thank you. Enough of this. How you doing?
Oh, so.
You singing tonight?
Nope.
What's Billy Joe gonna do? Just cancel the show, Elena?
No. We're going to have a guest singer,
Oh, yeah? Who?
Ray Stevens. And he's going to rehearse with the band in a little while. Why don't you stick around and you'll hear him? Max, I'm glad you're here.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm real sorry about all the trouble. Rena called me and told me, so I drove your car into town. I can go back to the ranch with Rena.
It was very sweet of you, Max.
How's Steve?
Confused. Frightened, I'm sure.
Vicky is driving him around town to keep him occupied.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah, would you talk to Kate for me? I'm real worried about her.
I talked to her before I came into town. She sends her love. Ginny, Kate understands what you're going through. She doesn't blame you.
She loves Barrett so much. This must be tearing her apart.
She'll be okay, Ginny. I think it's Barrett who needs the most help right now.
Max, you and Barrett have known each other for years. Do you think You think that you could get through to him?
Well, I'm sure willing to give it a try.
Sorry I let Mr. Parnell into Mr. Wheeler's room when you weren't there.
It's all right, Vivian.
But he did say he was a business friend of Mr. Wheeler's.
Vivian, it's all right. I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
I hadn't told you before. But I am telling you now. No one, absolutely no one, is allowed into that room unless I am present. Do you understand me?
Yes, I do, Mrs. Wheeler.
Good.
Mr. Parnell did seem like a nice man. Didn't you think, Mrs. Wheeler?
He knows Paige.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people must know Mrs. Carrington from the Top of the World Club. After all, she runs it.
Oh, did I tell you Dennis has offered to give Paige a divorce?
No, ma'am, you didn't. Poor Mr. Carrington.
Oh, poor Mr. Carrington, indeed. I think he's finally come to his senses.
He loves Mrs. Carrington.
Everything has limits, Vivian. Even love can only put up with so much.
Does Mrs. Carrington want a divorce?
I don't know. But I do intend to find out. Shouldn't you be taking the tea tray back to the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Paige, it's Iris Wheeler. I was wondering if you could meet me here at my house in half an hour.
Iris, I really have a lot of work to take care of here at the club.
I'm certain it can wait.
Well, actually, it really can't. You see, we have to get ready for the dinner crowd.
It's important, Paige. Stryker Bellman will also be here. You see, I think I've come up with a way for you to help Dennis.
Hey, you seen Ricky today?
Yeah, I went to visit him this morning.
How's he doing?
About the same. I guess it takes a long time to get over a gunshot wound.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see him. You wanna come with me?
Maybe. No, I think that I really ought to stick close by the coop in case Billy Joe needs me.
Something's bothering you. What is it? You afraid the sailor's gonna come to Houston?
Well, everyone says that he won't.
Well, you don't believe that, do you? Listen, I understand how you're feeling, okay? Because I read a lot of stuff on, what it's like to be kidnapped and be a victim and all that stuff. It takes a long time to get over that, you know?
Jeb, there was a time when I was in that engine room on that ship that I knew that I was going to die.
I know. It must have been really tough on you.
Yeah, but the funny thing was, I don't really think that Joe wanted to kill me.
Well, how come you think he was doing what he was doing then?
Well, he kept telling me that he was taking orders and that he didn't want to do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, and he kept telling me that if I would just tell him where the key was, that he would be able to let me go.
Do you believe that he would have done that?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. I just know that I'm happy to be home and alive.
I'm happy you're home, too.
You all right?
Mm-hmm. Just a little tired, that's all. Do you like the stables and country club?
Yeah, but I know why Aunt Vicky took me out. She wanted to get me out of the house.
That's true.
Mom, I want to know what's going on between you and Dad. Everyone's telling me something different.
Did Jeb tell you that your father and I have separated?
Yeah, but Dad said you wanted to be here just to be near the doctors.
Well, your father didn't want to upset you, honey.
He said you wanted to be with Ryan.
I know that's what he said. But I didn't leave him for that.
Your dad and I had problems that we just couldn't seem to work out, so we thought we needed a little time away from each other and try to sort things out.
Dad was so mad it scared me.
Yeah. I know. It scared me, too. Your dad is very unhappy, Steve.
Maybe it's my fault Dad's so unhappy.
Oh, no, it's not your fault at all. I don't ever want you to think that. The problem is your father and me.
Is Dad having nightmares again?
That's part of it.
I tried to show Dad how much I love him.
He knows you love him.
Do you still love Dad?
There's a part of me that will always belong to him. Love him. He's your father. We had some wonderful years together. And sometimes people change, and those changes cause problems that just can't be worked out all the time.
Do you love Ryan?
Yes, I do love Ryan. We were going to be married until your father came back. And the reason Ryan and I parted was so your dad and I could try to build a new life together.
Are you and Dad gonna get a divorce?
I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
I want you and Dad to work things out.
Well, I'll try. But I can't promise.
You sure you don't want one?
Talked me into it.
Is Vicky going to play in another bridge tournament?
She could never find the time.
You like to play bridge?
Do I like... Oh, I hate it.
Oh. Well, I was just thinking that if you liked it, I'd learn how to play, and then we could play with Stryker and Vicky.
It's sweet of you, honey, but I don't think you'd enjoy bridge any more than I do.
You look tired.
I'm upset about Ginny.
You know, Ginny seems to be holding up better than you.
I don't know how she does it, Max. You should have seen Barrett when he came in here and found Ryan.
I'm just sorry Steve had to witness that.
I don't know if I agree with you. Maybe it's time that Steve found out what his father is really like.
Barry's not really like that, honey.
Barrett has been like that for the last couple of months. I'm glad Ginny is finally leaving him. She certainly can't live with him now.
I remember when Ginny and Barrett first got married. I don't think I ever saw a happier couple. I just hate to see it end this way.
It's not over yet.
If Ginny tells Barry that she wants a divorce, then it's over.
I don't think Barrett will ever give up Ginny. That's what scares me.
Hello, Mrs. Carrington. Vivian, Mrs. Wheeler's in the living room. Thank you.
Hello, Paige.
Iris?
Thank you for coming.
You don't need to thank me. I didn't come here to see you.
Came here because you said you thought you had a way of helping Dennis. I understand. Where's Stryker? He'll be here soon. Sit down.
Have you been to see Dennis lately?
No, I haven't. He still refuses to see me. But I'm hoping all that will change soon. Have you seen him lately?
No, I haven't.
Why is that?
I thought Dennis needed a little time to himself.
I would think Dennis has more than enough time to himself, locked up in jail like that. What he needs now are his family and friends showing him support.
I want to support Dennis, Iris. That's why I came straight here when you called.
What I'd like to know is what you have in mind for helping Dennis.
I think we should wait until Stryker gets here before going into that. Right now, I'd like to hear more about you and Dennis.
My relationship with Dennis isn't something I care to discuss with you, Iris.
It sounds to me as though you and he are having some kind of trouble.
Well, of course we're having trouble. What do you expect? I'm here, he's in jail. That doesn't exactly make things easy.
True love overcomes such obstacles, don't you think?
Iris, I don't need a lecture from you right now. Things are difficult enough as they are.
Well, I don't mean to make things more difficult. In fact, I'd like to make them easier.
You know, I am really sorry that I agreed to come here. Why don't you and Stryker figure out a plan, Iris, and then when you're done, send Stryker over to see me.
I'll get that. That will be Stryker now, Paige.
Hi, Mr. Bellman.
Vivian. Paige. Iris.
Stryker, I apologize for asking you to stop by the house so late in the day.
That's quite all right. I was just on my way home. What can I do for you?
It's not what you can do for me. It's what you can do for Dennis and Paige.
What's that?
I'd like you to draw up an agreement for Dennis and Paige's divorce.
That's one charge, right?
Billy Joe, is it okay if Jeb sits in on rehearsal?
It's fine with me, darling, but I ain't the one to ask.
Well, who is?
Check with Mr. Stevens. He's the one who's rehearsing.
No, you ask him for me.
Excuse me, Mr. Stevens? Yeah. You don't mind if a friend of ours here, Jeb Hampton, sits in on your rehearsal?
Sure, no problem.
Great. He's the one who wrote the hit song for Elena.
Oh, that's a great song. Hey, maybe you write me a song sometime.
Well, it was for a very special girl here.
Does that mean I'm not going to get a song? If you do, I'd sure like to hear it.
Okay.
Just about ready there, Andy?
Whenever you are.
Let her start.
Let's do it.
Yeah, go. Okay, ready?
So long.
Just give me one more last chance to prove that I love you. Same thing right here. Just give me one more last chance, baby. I swear that I love you. If love kept you with me before, for love's sake, forgive me once more. We'll regret love if we ever let love slip through our hands. Just give me one more last chance. I know I've abused you. Just give me one more last chance, baby. I can't bear to lose you. You heard the same thing the last time, I know. But before you make your mind up to go, now and forever, I promise I'll never hurt you again. Just give me one more last chance. And it sort of fades out here, you know. Well, you won't be sorry, baby. I do a little ad-lib stuff like that.
Iris, would you mind repeating what you just said?
Not at all. Dennis has asked Paige for a divorce, and I asked you to come here so that you could work out the terms.
I see Dennis every day. He has not mentioned anything about a divorce.
Nevertheless, it's true, isn't it, Paige?
How dare you, Iris? How dare you bring me here for this?
Dennis has asked you for a divorce, hasn't he?
What happened between my husband and me is our own business, not yours.
As Dennis's mother, I don't think that's true.
Iris, Dennis is over 21.
Well, it has nothing to do with his age. It's a question of what's best for him.
You don't know what's best for him. You never have.
Oh, how dare you say that to me?
If you really knew what's best for him, you would never have tried to destroy evidence in Chris Shaw's office the night that he was murdered. By trying to clean off those fingerprints, you made Dennis look like the murderer. You're the reason that he's in this mess, Iris.
Dennis is in this mess because you starred in a porno film, or had you forgotten?
Iris, please.
If it's a question of money, I am prepared to offer you a settlement.
This has nothing to do with money or anything else. I love your son, Iris. I want you to understand that. And as long as it takes, I am prepared to wait for him.
I don't believe you.
I don't care what you believe. Not you or anybody else is going to talk me into divorcing Dennis.
Paige, think of Dennis for once instead of yourself.
Stop it, Iris. I don't want to discuss this anymore.
You're making a terrible mistake.
No, you're the one that made the mistake, Iris. My only consolation is that you have to live with yourself.
Iris, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked.
Seems I made a slight miscalculation. Did you get little Steve to sleep?
Finally.
You could use some rest too, Jenny.
I want to talk to Stryker about something, Vicky.
I heard about the scene Barrett made this afternoon.
Barrett thinks that I left him for Ryan.
Did you?
No! Barrett's so unstable. He refuses to get help. I can't deal with it anymore. And then, of course, when he walked in here this afternoon and found Ryan here...
That's all the proof he needed.
Yes.
Jenny, I can get a restraining order stopping from seeing you.
Before Barrett left this afternoon, he talked to Ryan about the unwritten law. That means trouble for Ryan, doesn't it?
Well, I can't believe how good he is.
Hey, where'd Jeb run off to?
Oh, he went to the hospital to visit Ricky.
Oh, how's Ricky doing? I didn't get a chance to drop by this afternoon.
Well, he's doing a lot better, but the doctor says it's going to be a while before the wound completely heals.
You know, he was real lucky that bullet didn't do any more damage than it did.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Stevens. For sound that rehearsal, we're gonna have some show tonight.
Yes, it sounded great.
Hey, you better believe you're gonna knock them customers right on their ears tonight.
Well, thank you. Of course, you got a great band to work with, Elena.
I know, they're terrific, aren't they?
Yeah.
Hey, Roy, what was that called during the last number?
Oh, that was your wife, Billy Joe.
Nita, is she all right?
She sounded fine. She just said when you get a chance to give her a call.
Dang it!
What's the problem?
My wife has every record you ever made, Mr. Stevens.
She's the one.
Yeah, she's the one. I'll tell you, she's your biggest fan. I didn't think of it. I should have had her over for this rehearsal this afternoon.
Well, wait, you can have her to the performance tonight.
Right. Well,
Sure.
you think that's all right, though? I mean, it's kind of late for her.
Oh, Billy Joe, it'll do her good to get out. I think Billy Joe is the most overprotective father-to-be that's ever been.
Look, I'm going to go call Nita right now, all right?
Oh, Mr. Stevens, I really...
Michael, will you tell Alfredo I'll be in my suite if he needs me?
Hi. Leaving so soon?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was.
Not feeling well?
No.
Is it something personal? It might help to talk about
I
it.
don't think anything will help at this point.
You have a pretty big shoulder.
Need a lot more than that.
You used to say I was a very good listener.
Hey,
Paige. What's wrong?
Everything. It's everything.
Look. Why don't we go to my place? Or we can have a nice dinner set up. You can relax and tell me all about it.
No, I don't think so.
Look. Talk. That's all, I promise.
I'm not giving in. If you want to stay in the oil business, that's just fine. But you drill someplace else. Because if you drill on the Harbor land, that's going to be the last thing you ever do.
Hello?
Come in.
I was just going out to get a sandwich. You want me to get you one, or are you going to be leaving in a little while?
No, I've got a meeting with Bubba Wadsworth in about 10 minutes. Why are you here so late?
Oh, I'm typing out the reports for the board meeting in the morning.
Well, may I have a copy?
When they make you a member of the board, I'll give you a copy.
How can I learn about the business, Ashley, if I don't have access to helpful information?
You know, I think you ought to worry a lot less about the board meeting and a lot more about Max Decker's threats to you.
Oh, those threats, they're meaningless.
But you haven't forgotten about them, have you?
Now, what is Max going to do to me? Every step that I take is legal. He's sounding off.
Max strikes me as the kind of man that means what he says.
Well, I think you have a weakness for cute cowboys, don't you?
Justin, it's you that I'm worried about.
I appreciate your concern. But I am a lot smarter than Max Decker.
Well, now, I think that Max is pretty smart.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. He was smart enough to take Rena away from you and marry her.
Oh, you fight dirty, don't you?
I am just stating the facts. And you have never forgiven Max for that. Or Rena either. And that's why you just love to antagonize both of them.
I didn't want to marry Rena.
Oh, well, maybe not. But you didn't want her to marry anybody else, though, either, did you?
Well, I will admit the marriage did surprise me.
No, no. What surprised you is that Rena loves Max.
Rena has a weakness for cowboys, too. But she's not in love with Max.
Well, when is the baby due?
3 weeks. I'll tell you something else that's bothering me. What? If this baby is not a boy, you are going to have one unhappy manager on your hands.
No, I think that Billy Joe is going to be happy to have a child, boy or girl.
Are you kidding? Billy Joe's mind's already made up. I'm not having a child. I am having a Billy Joe Jr. And not to mention, he's already found the name, and he's got this whole closet full of sports toys. He's already gone out and bought for Billy Joe Jr.
I think that is sweet.
And he thinks Billy Joe Jr. is going to be this big athletic star. He's already planning on him getting the Olympic gold medals and everything.
Now, where did you get that ring? I've never seen that before.
Billy Joe gave it to me last night.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
It must have cost a fortune.
Bobby Sue says it's worth $10,000.
$10,000? You know, where did Billy Joe get all that money?
You hungry?
No, not really.
Okay. We'll wait and send down for something a little bit later on. Tell Uncle Pete what it is that's knocked you for such a loop.
Really rather not talk about it if you don't mind.
That's the reason you came.
Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I...
Paige, what's wrong? I hate to see you like this.
hate to be like this. I can't seem to help it.
It's your husband, isn't it? Because he's still in jail?
I really would rather not talk about it if you don't mind, Peter.
Okay, whatever you want. You choose.
It doesn't matter. I just want to forget about that now.
Your father-in-law seemed like an interesting man.
Yes, I like Elliot a lot.
I think the feeling is mutual.
He seems as worried about Dennis as I am.
I can imagine. So, did you tell him that I was an old friend of Chris Shaw's from Hollywood? That you met Chris through me?
No, we didn't get into that.
It's just as well, I guess.
He did seem interested in who you were, though.
Oh?
He said he thought it was a little strange that you hadn't seen Iris. paid your respects to her?
Well, you know, assume that she had enough on her hands while Alex was still in the hospital without my dropping by.
Yeah, well, that's what I told him.
Well, what did he say?
He seemed to accept it.
Then you, didn't tell him about having seen me coming out of Alex's office the night that he had his stroke.
You told me Alex was fine when you left his office.
Well, he was. He was. It's just, you know, other people might jump to the wrong conclusions. I mean, you know, there's no sense looking for trouble. Excuse me. Hello? Hello?
What was that?
I don't know. Guess it was the wrong number.
The unwritten law is a vague legal term. You let me worry about the law, all right?
Stryker Barrett sounded so threatening.
Don't you think that might have been in the heat of his anger?
Did you talk to Ryan about what Barrett said?
Ryan thinks it's just nonsense.
I agree with him, but I'll talk to Barrett if I think it'll help the situation.
Do you remember when I got trapped in the storm cellar?
Uh-huh.
Barrett locked me in there.
That's a serious accusation,
I
Jim.
know, but it's true.
Do you have any proof of it?
Well, nothing tangible. I mean, nothing that would hold up in a court of law, but I'm sure it's true.
Barrett aware of your suspicions?
Yes. When I confronted him, he didn't deny it either. He slapped me.
Well, why in the world would he lock you in a storm cellar?
Jealousy. He thinks that I would run off somewhere with Ryan. I don't know.
Ginny, honey, you don't have to talk about this now.
I know. I want to talk about it.
Ginny, is the storm cellar incident, that the reason you're leaving Barrett?
This afternoon, Barrett held a rifle on my brother Jeb.
What did he do that for?
Jeb is trying to convince me that I should leave Barrett. And he told him that. I walked it in the end of the argument.
It's a serious business, pulling a gun on someone. He obviously needs professional help.
Stryker, he refuses to get help. And he refuses to even admit that he has a problem. I have begged him. I've pleaded with him.
Perhaps a separation will help change his mind?
I doubt it.
Well, do you want to hold off on the decision for a while?
Maybe the best thing to do is just file for divorce and have it over and done with.
There aren't many things in life that I'm sure of, but one of them is that Rena loves Max Decker.
Well, I am an expert on Rena.
Oh, well, maybe you used to be, but I think you're losing touch with reality in that area.
Oh, am I?
Yes, and I think you ought to be more careful in the future. And I think that you especially ought to be careful with Max about making him angry. He will carry out those threats, Justin.
Well, aren't you just full of advice tonight?
Well, I guess I am. Not that you'll heed it, I suppose.
I'll consider it.
What's Bubba Wadsworth coming by here for?
He's coming here to give me a report on the progress out at the Harper place.
Well, why is he waiting so late?
Well, he's been working out in the field all day.
Oh, of course.
Why are you so suspicious about all this?
Because I don't think that I trust good old Bubba Wadsworth.
You only met the man twice, Ashley.
I have good instincts about people.
Honey, are you worried about all this stock manipulation business?
Well, what if he does double-cross you or something? What if he manipulates you right out of World Oil?
That'll never happen.
Well, how can you be sure?
Because I'm in control of this project. Bubba works for me. I call the shots. You can't do anything without my approval.
He can try.
Don't worry. I'll protect myself.
All right. It's your party. Do you want a sandwich?
Why don't you go back and finish your work? And when the meeting with Bubba is finished, I'll take you to dinner. How does that sound?
Well, that sounds fine.
Come in. Bubba.
Evening, Ashley. Hey, buddy. Surprised to see you here this time of night.
Well, secretary's work is never done.
Ashley. You left your purse.
Silly me.
I don't think this will be necessary.
She's quite a girl.
Yes, indeed, she is.
So, where were we?
This must be so boring for you, Peter.
No. No, it's not. Not if it concerns you. We used to talk a lot, remember? I ain't good at talks. We may not have had much else going for us, but we always had that. I want to be your friend now, Paige. Do you believe that? You were telling me that your husband had asked for a divorce.
Yeah. Apparently, my darling mother-in-law found out. She arranged a meeting with Dennis's lawyer just to help things on a bit.
From what little that I saw of Iris Wheeler this afternoon, she seemed like a charming, if somewhat determined lady.
Oh, she's determined, all right. Iron Butterfly. It's her pet name. She'll do anything to get what she wants, Peter.
Well, I don't know if I remember correctly. You were pretty determined yourself. So, what do you do now? Give up?
I don't know what to do. I really don't.
You think Dennis really wants a divorce?
I don't think Dennis knows what he wants at this point.
Well, it must be pretty difficult for him. In jail, wondering how things are going to turn out, worrying about the future.
He said he didn't want to see our marriage slowly disintegrate while he was in prison.
So he's trying to set you free. It's very noble of him.
He's the most wonderful man I've ever met.
I guess I didn't treat you very well when we were together, did I?
Maybe I wasn't worth treating well.
Maybe I simply didn't know what I had.
He's changed me, Peter. He's brought out things in me I never imagined were there.
Has he?
Who would have thought that Paige Marshall would have wanted to spend the rest of her life cooking and cleaning for someone? That's what I wanted with Dennis.
He's a very lucky man.
No. No, I'm the lucky one. I didn't deserve him. And now I've lost him. And I don't think I'm ever going to get him back.
Oh, no. Maybe you will.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. There's no need to apologize.
Would you, excuse me a minute?
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Just a minute. What do you want?
We got some business to take care of.
divorce is the only solution?
Oh, Ginny, you're in no shape tonight to make a decision. Why don't you get some rest and we'll all talk about it in the morning?
There's something I want to tell the both of you. The baby. The baby was Ryan's, not Barrett's. And Barrett will never forgive me for it. He'll never trust me again.
Did he tell you that?
No, he said he wanted to start a new life and put the past behind us.
You think that's impossible?
Yes.
Can you ever trust him again?
No. We've caused each other too much pain. It has to stop.
Ginny, I'll talk to Barrett tomorrow.
Thank you, Stryker.
Ginny, why don't you go to bed now?
Thank you both for being so supportive.
If there's anything at all you need, just call me.
Thank you.
Good night, Ginny.
Night, Ginny.
Oh, sweetheart. Sad, isn't it?
Oh.
I remember Barrett as a gentle, honorable, kind man.
Mm-hmm. You know, Elliot expressed concern about Barrett's mental state, too.
When was this?
When he returned from Washington after he saw Roger Williams.
What did he say?
He said he thought Barrett was potentially dangerous.
Jenny?
No, to himself.
Did Elliot try to help Barrett?
Oh, Barrett loathes Elliot. He believes he's a traitor. He wouldn't listen to him. Never mind follow his advice.
It's true enough.
But Elliot did warn Ryan to keep an eye on Barrett. Honey, this threat that Barrett made, this unwritten law, I mean, what is it?
Well, I didn't want to upset Ginny any more than she already is.
Well, I know, but what is this unwritten law?
Well, what it amounts to is, in some areas, people believe that if a husband finds his wife with another man, the husband is justified in killing him.
Billy Joe said he got the money from your royalty payments.
Yeah, but the royalty payments couldn't have been that big.
I was worried about that, too, but Billy Joe said it assured me it was all right. Said he bought the ring on credit.
Who would give Billy Joe a loan for $10,000?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of stores that'll give you credit on anything, as long as they can charge a big interest rate.
Yeah, and sometimes you end up paying twice or three times the cost of what you buy.
Yeah, that frightened me, too. That Billy Joe won't have enough money to cover it. Do you think that much money's going to be coming in?
I don't know. Well, wait, Nita, now don't go getting worried. Billy Joe has handled everything pretty well up to this point.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Don't get upset. Billy Joe just didn't say anything about the ring, so it caught me off guard, that's all.
Something else is bothering me later.
What's that?
Bobby Sue said that you said that the royalties hadn't started to come in yet.
Well, I didn't think they had earlier, but then Billy Joe gave me my first money.
How much was it? No, never mind. It's none of my business.
No, wait, I don't mind telling you, Nita. Billy Joe gave me $1,000.
cash? Good heavens.
No, it surprised me too.
Attention, everybody! I got an important announcement right here. Free drinks for everybody on the house, right here. Everybody right here. Woo! Get up here. Get some free drinks.
What are you two beautiful ladies so busy talking about, huh?
We're talking about Elena's royalty money. There's something funny going on around here.
I don't have time to talk now.
Make time.
I've got company.
Tell your company to get lost.
What's this all about?
I need money.
Look, I don't like the idea of your showing up here like this.
I called. Didn't you hear me call?
Oh, it was you.
Yeah, that was me.
You know, you'd be real smart to stay out of sight for a while.
What's that?
You said you needed money. There's 500 there.
The bill's a little bigger than that. 250,000.
What are you
Remember?
talking about?
I'm talking about the cut of Bernie's money that he stashed away.
We didn't get that money, so the deal's off.
Deal's off when I say it's off. But that Billy Joe Wright has hidden that money somewhere, and I'm going to find it.
Look, you do whatever you want to. Just count me out.
Sure, I'll count you out. That just means more money for me.
Fine.
But until I lay my hands on that dough, I expect you to keep me bankrolled.
Oh, look, man, you're bad news. I mean, you're like a time bomb. The cops are after you.
Well, I'll let you worry about
Listen,
that.
Foster. I advise you not to show your face around here. Give it.
Thanks. See you around.
What was that all about?
Oh, Paige, I didn't hear you come back in.
Trouble?
No. Just business. Well, all the equipment's in place, or will be by morning. I plan to start drilling tomorrow afternoon.
Is the crew out there right now?
Yep, got my own personal crew.
What does that mean?
What it means is I got people out there I can depend on.
I hope you're not thinking of cutting corners and pocketing the money.
No need for that this time, old buddy. There's going to be so much money we don't have time to spend it.
I just don't want any careless mistakes.
Yeah, well, I've fixed this up more than I have in years. I mean, I've checked everything. I've double-checked it. It's going to be Class A all the way.
Good. Well, if we're as lucky with this as you say...
There is nothing to be lucky about it. It's a piece of cake. That oil is going to come gushing right out of the ground.
Are you usually this confident on all your projects?
Hell no. I've been on jobs where I just prayed and hoped all the time. I mean, I just hoped that we'd make enough money out of the oil to pay for the investment. Touch and go all the way.
Well, if you'll remember, it was touch and go at the beginning of this deal, too, Bubba.
Yeah, it was, but you did your job, and you convinced old man Wheeler to back us up. Now, why don't you just relax and let me drill forward?
I wish I could relax.
Well, come on, we got this far all right, haven't we? Don't turn into some kind of nervous Nelly.
I just hope you don't disappoint me, Bubba.
We got millions at stake here. I'm not going to let you down.
Thanks. Thanks for stopping by. Keep in touch, Bubba.
That's right, Bubba. You keep in touch.
What do you mean something's funny going on?
Well, first you buy me a ring I know we can't afford, and then you give Elena $1,000 cash.
Nita, I already explained about the ring, and that money was part of Elena's royalty payments.
Well, I think there's something you're still hiding, Billy Joe.
Now, what would I be trying to hide?
I've heard that sometimes people buy things in cash to hide things from the Internal Revenue Service.
Is that what you're doing, Billy Joe? Hiding Elena's royalty money from the government?
No, Nita, I am not.
Because if that's what you're doing, then you could get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Nita, that's ridiculous.
Well, then where are the royalty statements, Billy Joe?
I already told you, they're back at the trailer.
Then why didn't you give Elena a check instead of cash?
Because I didn't get around to write one yet. That's all. I've been real busy, honey. And I wanted Elena to have part of her royalty money right away.
Yeah, but I didn't need the money right away.
Yeah, but you want to wait a month or two? Because that's how long it's going to take for all that paperwork to go on through on that special bank account I set up for your royalty payments.
1 or 2 months?
Yeah, And if you two are worried that I'm not on the up and up, I can arrange to have a special meeting here with the officer at the bank I'm dealing with.
Oh, Billy Joe, there's no need for that.
What is this here, man? You're my own wife. Everybody else is ready to believe the worst of me just because I'm trying to be a nice guy here.
Nobody is thinking the worst of you. It just does sound a little strange.
All right. Just for that, I want to make sure. I want to set up this meeting, like I said, so you can meet with this officer in charge of Elena's special bank account.
Billy Joe, you don't have to do that.
No, I shouldn't have to do that, but that's what I'm going to have to do. Because I don't want this cloud of suspicion hanging over my head. I'm tired of it.
Come on.
Now, if you don't have any more accusations to make here, I'm going to go finish setting up for the band.
I think we were a little bit hard on him. Oh, no.
Yeah, but, well, I don't know any more about business people or business things than you do.
If a bank officer stepped on my toe, I wouldn't even know it.
I think that we're going to have to make it up to him later.
How can you kill a man and not be punished for it?
Because the jury is reluctant to convict if the spouse is found in an adulterous situation.
Well, that certainly doesn't apply to Ginny. Barrett was declared legally dead when she was with Ryan, and I doubt very much if she's been unfaithful to Barrett since he came home.
I agree with you, but what the truth is and what Barrett believes to be the truth are two totally different things.
Honey, do you think Ginny's in danger?
No, but Ryan may be. After all, he threatened him this afternoon.
Well, when Ginny told you that Ryan thought it was a lot of nonsense, you agreed with him.
Yeah, I'm afraid I wasn't any more honest with Ginny than Ryan was.
Was Ryan trying to allay Ginny's fears?
Yes, but I think he's aware of the seriousness of the threat.
Well, what about Ginny? Shouldn't she know the truth?
Yes, but I don't think she should have to cope with it now. She's got enough to worry about.
Right. But I certainly think you should talk to Ryan about it.
I intend to, and I'm going to arrange a meeting with Barrett, and I'm going to get this all straightened out before it gets out of hand.
Hey, you gonna be much longer?
Just give me 2 minutes, okay?
I'll time you. Two minutes aren't up yet.
You know, it's very hard to work over there. You're very distracting, knowing that you're sitting here smiling at me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I should get up and leave.
No, nothing's so important that it can't wait until tomorrow.
Nothing.
Well, almost nothing.
You look so tired.
It's been a long day. I need rest. Your perfume is intoxicating.
It's my favorite.
And now it's mine, too.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
How are you feeling now?
Better.
See? I told you. It's always good to talk things over with an old friend.
I appreciate it, Peter.
Oh, hey, what are friends for? You want to have dinner drink?
Oh, no, I really have to be going soon.
Come on, what's the rush? I mean, we're not going to turn into pumpkins at midnight or anything.
How are you feeling?
Me? Fine.
No. I think you're still worried about that man who came here earlier.
That guy's troublemaker. People like that always end up by doing themselves in.
Sure you don't want to talk about it?
There's nothing to talk about. Really? I am so worried about you, though.
I'll be all right.
How
want you to be more than all right, Paige. I want you to be happy.
Thank you.
I'm serious about that.
Me too.
Stiff upper lip and all that. Well, I don't suppose you want to talk any more about your mother-in-law problems, huh?
Like you said, those people usually take care of themselves sooner or later.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I had better go back to the club.
Oh, no. Can't the club get along without you?
Yes, but it's nice to make an appearance every once in a while.
I hope everything works out all right for you and Dennis.
Thank you.
Glad I could help. I'm going to help you a great deal, Paige. You're going to be very grateful to me before this is all over.
So you're not so smart after all, Billy Joe, right? Oh, Parnell, you're gonna wish you didn't cut yourself out of this one.
Excuse me. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and cowboys and cowgirls. Tonight, we have a special honor at the Coop. We have one of country and western's greatest singers. Now, you know him from his many hit records, and you know him from his TV show, and I know that you all love him. Here he is, Mr. Ray Stevens.
Thank you, Elena. And I hope I get to hear you sing up here sometime.
Thank
you. Real soon.
Thank you.
I want to do a little tune here that you probably heard a different way. This is sort of a different treatment of this. You ready? This is a good band up here. Look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree, yeah. Oh, I'm walking on a cloud. I can't understand, Lord. I'm misty holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Or it might be the sound of your hello, that music I hear, Lord. I'm misty the moment you're near. You can say that you're leading me on, but it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. Should I wander through this wonderland alone now, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my my glove off. I'm misty and too much in love. Oh, Wimpy Wayne. Woo. You can say that you are leading me on, but it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. On my own. Should I wander through this wonderland alone now, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove off? I'm misty and too much in love. Too much in love. Too much in love.
Best wishes to Nita,
Nita.
Billy Joe, and Billy Joe Jr.
Yeah, Billy Joe.
Kick out of that when he gets older.
I'll tell you one thing. There you are.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that, Mr. Stevens.
You're welcome. And if that Billy Joe Jr. is half as nice as his mom and dad, he's going to be one heck of a kid.
Oh, thanks.
Listen, I saw a couple buddies of mine in the back of the show.
Oh.
And so if you'll excuse me, I think, unless I miss my guest, they're at the bar right now.
Okay.
See you later.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, I want to thank you again for a wonderful show.
Oh,
thank
my
you, sir.
See you.
Boy, he really is something, ain't he? Huh?
Really is.
What was it like listening to somebody else sing at the chicken coop?
It's kind of strange.
Well, it won't be strange for long, darling, because I'm going to get you right up there in no time at all.
Well, I just hope that someday I can be as good and funny and relaxed as he was up there.
I'm sure that just takes a lot of practice and a lot of years.
And also a lot of performing in front of a live audience. There's no substitute for that.
All right, I hear you, Billy Joe. You don't have to tell me what you're getting at.
Did it just make you want to get up there and sing? See Ray Stevens up there giving it all he's got?
Yes. Maybe in a couple of days I'll feel up to it, too.
That's the spirit. Sure you will, darling. You're going to forget about everything that ever happened in New York.
Last call for the bus to Amarillo, departing from gate 6.
Empty! Damn it, Billy Joe Ray, what did you do with that money?
Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Texas.
Vivian, please stop pacing.
You can't stop, Mrs. Wheeler. I'm too nervous.
If you don't stop, you're going to make me as nervous as you are, and then I won't be able to help you at all.
I'm sorry.
Just calm down. Everything's going to be all right.
How can you say that, Mrs. Wheeler?
All Stryker wants is to talk to you.
He knows. I was in that horrible Mr. Shaw's office with you that night. He was murdered.
Vivian, how many times do I have to tell you? You have nothing to worry about. You haven't done anything.
Yes, I did. I helped you conceal evidence. I am an accomplice to the crime.
The DA's office knows all about that. And Stryker told us they're not going to press charges against either one of us.
Oh, no, sure. They're not going to press charges against you because you're Dennis's mother. No jury's going to convict a mother who's trying to help her son. But what about me? I'm not even a relative. I'm the maid. Oh. And they probably reconsider and they're going to come after me and arrest me.
No one is going to arrest you. Stryker is merely going to ask you a few questions. I'll get it.
Good morning, Iris. I believe you know Detective Donovan from the Houston Police.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Peter.
I know.
I just called to tell you what a nice time I had last night.
Yes, well, so did I. Thank you very much. You were right. It did feel good to talk some things out.
Well, as I said, I've always been a good listener.
Yeah, well, what can I do for you today?
Well, since we both had such a good time, I was thinking we might try for a repeat.
Well...
What about dinner tonight?
How'd I look, sugar?
Ooh, great. What are y'all dressed up for?
I got some important business to attend to.
Well, I hope you're not around any young women, because they're not going to be able to keep their hands off of you.
No, this is strictly business, Nita. I'm going to see Paige Carrington about the possibility of Elena singing at the Top of the World Club.
The Top of the World Club? You think Elena would fit in there?
Honey, that girl go over anywhere. She's becoming a big star. It's all over town. It's a big hit right now, and, I mean, you can't even turn on a radio station without hearing her.
Yeah, I know that, Billy Joe, but that's on the country western stations. I don't think the folks that go to the Top of the World Club listen to that kind of music.
Well, sure they do.
Well, I always pictured them listening to that classical stuff.
Well, even though I don't think they'd well, they would. They'd appreciate Elena's voice if they heard it.
Billy Joe, the crowd that goes to the Top of the World Club is a lot different than that crowd that goes to the chicken coop.
I know that, darling, but that ain't gonna keep me from trying. All Mrs. Carrington can do is say no.
I guess you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk like you shouldn't go over and
That's
try.
all right. That's all right. Hey, when you going into Maggie's today, huh?
Not till later this afternoon.
Oh. Okay, well, if I'm not at the Top of the World Club, I'll be out at the ranch talking to Elena.
Okay. You don't have to tell me your whole day's schedule, you know.
Well, you bet I do. It's only 2 or 3 weeks till Billy Joe Jr. comes, you know. And I want to make sure you know where I am every minute of the day, just in case. Just to be safe.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, which one of you cute little boxes is to apartment 1?
Billy Joe's gonna be so happy when he finds out I made him his favorite guacamole dip. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, I told Billy Joe there was something wrong with his blender. How am I going to make guacamole without a blender?
Now, Mrs. Wright, we will pay you a little visit.
Dinner is such a good idea, Peter.
Why's that?
Because I've been out of the office a lot lately, and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Well, all the more reason to take an hour or so off. Be good for you. All work and no play.
Not today, I'm sorry.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Thanks anyway.
Well, if you reconsider, you know where to reach me.
Yep.
Call any time. The hotel dining room stays open all night.
Thanks, I'll remember that. Bye. At this rate, I'm never going to get any work done. Come in.
Hi, Mrs. Carrington.
Why, Billy Joe. What a nice surprise. What can I do for you?
Oh, I just, dropped in to say hello, and how's everything going?
Fine. Everything's going just fine.
I read all about the trouble you had, the arrest and everything.
Yeah.
I'm real sorry to hear your husband's in jail right now. That must be pretty rough on you.
Yeah, it is. It's very rough.
It's the waiting around that gets to you, ain't it?
Still hoping that Dennis will be cleared, Billy Joe.
Is there much chance of that?
It's a little hard to say right now. You haven't had such an easy time of it yourself, though.
Oh, you mean Elena?
The kidnapping.
Well, yeah. I got a hand to Elena. I don't know how she made it through all this stuff, you know. I know it's been pretty rough on her, finding those two bodies that way, but I think that's all straightened out now.
What about the guy that kidnapped her? Did they ever find him?
No, they didn't, but I don't think they'll have too much trouble.
Why's that?
Well, what with the tattoo and everything, I think he'll be pretty easy to recognize.
Tattoo?
Well, yeah. He had this sea serpent tattooed to his arm, right about here, you know. And it seems it was pretty unusual, and I think it'll be easy to spot. Thanks. Lena and Ricky and Jeb Hampton, they all gave the police a pretty good description of this guy, so I think they're all pretty safe.
Think so?
Well, yeah, sure, he wouldn't dare show his face back here in Houston again.
Oh, now, why won't the vacuum cleaner work? I bet you the electricity's off. Ugh. Oh, that old blender must have blown a fuse. All right. Where did Billy Joe say the fuse box was? Who is it?
Electrician. Oh, the superintendent sent me over to check if the power was on in your apartment. Oh, hi.
Hi.
We're checking all the apartments on this side of the building. Is the power on here?
It sure is, and boy, that superintendent must really be on the ball. It just went off just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, well, we're working on the wiring in the building, so it didn't take us long to track down the problem areas.
Something's wrong with the wiring.
Seems to be.
Gosh, this Aquarius apartment complex is brand new. They shouldn't be having trouble with the wiring so soon.
Well, that's progress these days. You take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. Tell you what, you can't trust anything these people make these days, huh?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Can I come in and take a look around?
Sure.
Thank you.
I was just making guacamole. My husband had it at one of these fiestas parties. He's been craving nothing else since.
Let's go over this one more time, Miss Goro. Now, you went to the coop that night with Mrs. Wheeler.
Yes,
You waited in the car while Mrs. Wheeler went inside.
that's right. It was raining. And I remember that because there was a clap of thunder and nearly knocked me out of the car.
So that's when you became worried about Mrs. Wheeler, decided to go in after her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you saw Dennis Carrington for the first time.
Yes, sir.
He was unconscious, and Mrs. Wheeler was dragging him toward the door.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see the paperweight.
No, sir.
It was only later that you discovered the blood-stained handkerchief in the pocket of Mrs. Wheeler's raincoat that you realized she must have wiped off the paperweight in order to remove her son's fingerprints.
Can I go check on Mr. Wheeler? I think he may need something.
Detective Donovan, must you badger Vivian this way? You're repeating everything she's told you. Everything I've already told you. I really don't see the point.
I'm asking Miss Goro if you don't mind, Miss Wheeler.
Well, it seems to me that
Iris,
you're being...
please, Detective Donovan is here on behalf of the DA's office. It's important that these questions be asked if you hope the charge against Dennis will be changed.
I understand your concern for your employer, Miss Goro. And you can go check on Mr. Wheeler just as soon as you answer my questions.
Just take a minute.
Vivian, go on. Tell the man.
I found the handkerchief in Mrs. Wheeler's coat about a week later.
Why didn't you go to the police with this information when you and Mrs. Wheeler found Dennis in Chris Shaw's office?
Because I asked her not to.
And why, Mrs. Wheeler, was that?
Because I wasn't sure Dennis had killed Chris Shaw.
You weren't sure, even though you found the murder weapon next to your son's hand.
Detective Donovan, Perhaps you're as exhausted as I am at the moment, and therefore you don't remember one very important factor in all of this.
And what's that, Mrs. Wheeler?
My son was unconscious. He didn't then, and still doesn't, remember killing Chris Shaw.
Yes, I do remember that.
And furthermore, I don't know why you insist upon going over and over the same questions. This is the same information I gave you weeks ago. I told you Vivian and I went there that night and found Dennis unconscious and brought him home with us. Now, what more do you need to know?
Iris, please. You don't seem to be familiar with police procedure, Mrs. Wheeler. It is customary to question all accessories after the fact.
Accessories after the fact?
But I can assure you, Detective...
Iris, I know what you can assure me, Mrs. Wheeler. But quite frankly, the DA isn't even convinced that you were there in Chris Shaw's office that night.
Well, anyways, Elena's been doing real well, and I was wondering if maybe you and I couldn't get together and work out some way for Elena to sing here.
Here?
Yeah.
At the Top of the World Club?
Well, sure, why not? I mean, it'd be something different for Elena, and at the same time, it might bring in some new people for you.
Well, that's certainly an interesting idea, isn't it?
Yeah, you could bill her as Houston's own country and western singing star. You know, play for performance in New York.
Yeah, I suppose.
I got all the clippings. You could put one of them sandwich boards out front, you know, like they do in New York, quoting all the reviews.
Well...
Of course, this wouldn't be on a permanent basis. It'd just be kind of like a guest engagement. You know, maybe something like a week or something like that.
Well, it's certainly something to think about, isn't it?
I get the feeling you're not too hot in the idea.
Billy Joe, it's not that I'm either hot or cold on it. I just have a lot on my mind lately, and I'll just have to give it some thought, all right?
Well, sure. You can reach me at the coop anytime, or you can call me at the apartment if you want. That is, if you still got my number.
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah. Well, now that Elena's safe and sound back in Houston, I just thought she ought to try and branch out some. You know. And, well, I couldn't help but think about you and the Top of the World Club. You know what I mean, class?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you think it's a good idea, don't you?
Oh.
Branching out, I mean.
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. Well, sure.
I'll be in touch.
Yeah, and thank you for your time.
Bye, Billy Joe.
Bye-bye.
It's a very good idea, Billy Joe. I just hope Elena's as safe as you think she is.
Hey, superstar. You're starting to look right at home here on the ranch.
And you're beginning to sound more and more like Billy Joe every day.
You get enough sleep?
Uh-huh. What time did you get up?
I got up the usual time, you know, about 6.
6?
Yeah.
Jeb, then you didn't get any sleep at all last night.
I got enough sleep.
Maybe I should get some toothpicks to hold open those eyes of yours?
Maybe you can hold them open for me, huh?
I'm sorry, Jeb. I guess I should have been more quiet when I came in from the coop last night.
Why?
Well, then I wouldn't have woken you up.
You can wake me up anytime you want. Are you, had breakfast yet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did, huh? What'd you have?
Oh, I had eggs and toast and bacon and grits.
You're gonna get fat on me, aren't you?
Well, what's the matter? You don't like fat women?
Well, I don't know. But I'll find out. You keep on eating.
There you see, you are sounding more and more like my manager every minute. But can I help it if being out on the farm just makes me hungry all the time?
No, it's just because you're starting to be relaxed around here.
Oh, am I?
Come on. You are relaxed, aren't you? Huh?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
How can you say that? Of course I was in Chris Shaw's office that night. Why on earth would I lie about a thing like that?
That's why I'm here, to find out.
Oh, you and the DA must have extraordinarily fertile minds to think I could fabricate such a horrible tale.
You'd be surprised at the tall tales I run across every day, Mrs. Wheeler. Yours is mild by comparison, believe me.
Well, I can assure you I'm telling you the truth. And if you don't believe me, well, surely you must believe Vivian.
Vivian has already admitted that she didn't go to the police because you asked her not to.
So?
So, Miss Garrow is obviously a very loyal friend of yours. So loyal that she'd do just about anything for you.
Including lie for me? Is that what you're implying?
Calm down, Iris.
I'm not implying anything.
All right, all right. If you don't believe me, there is someone who would never cover for me. Someone who would just love to see me in jail.
Who is that?
My son's wife, Paige Carrington. She saw me there. So if you don't believe me, ask her about that night.
Did you speak to Ginny this morning?
Yeah, I did about half hour ago.
You know, I bet Kate wishes she were here. She looked kind of lonely doing the gardening out there this morning. How's Ginny doing in town?
She's doing all right in the circumstances, you know, being in a new place like that.
It was real nice of the Bellmans to let her stay there.
Yeah, Rena's been real good to her, you know. Setting all that stuff up. These things work.
You know, I can't imagine this ranch without Ginny. Do you really think that it's over for Ginny and Barrett?
Yes, it is, Elena.
Well, I know that you think it's for the best, but I can't imagine this place without Steve romping around with the animals and Songbird. Who's going to ride Songbird if Ginny's not here?
She'll be all right.
Yeah, I guess, but it's still sad, don't you think?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, it's sad any time that the two people who have been in love drift apart, don't you think?
Yeah, it really is. But you know, Ginny loved Barrett in the beginning.
Of course she did. They had Steve.
See, a lot of stuff has happened since then, you know? I mean, Barrett going off to the war like that, getting captured in Cambodia, held prisoner like that for 5 years.
Yeah, well, if it was anything like that time that I spent on that freighter, I think I understand what he's going through. Must have been awful for him.
Yeah, it must have been. You know, and it hasn't been easy for Ginny either. I mean, you know, thinking that he was dead and fall in love with Ryan. I mean, I can't blame her.
No, I don't blame her either. I just think it's sad, that's all.
Yeah, it is.
We are sorry to inconvenience you like this.
It's all right, Stryker. Today's been a whole string of interruptions. Besides, it's no inconvenience, particularly if it can help Dennis.
We certainly hope it can.
Did you say that you and Detective Donovan were here to gather information for Dennis's case, didn't you?
Yes. We've just been over to see Iris Wheeler.
Oh, of course. I should have known that any time the police knock on my door that it has something to do with Iris.
I'm sorry, Paige, about that unfortunate incident the other day.
What incident?
That's a personal matter. It's not important.
Oh, yes, it is important, Stryker. Perhaps Detective Donovan would more clearly understand the character of the woman that he's dealing with.
I don't think that's necessary, Paige.
Oh, but that's what these little discussions are about, aren't they? Honesty? See, Detective, Dennis and I have been having a little trouble, which my mother-in-law thought that she could exploit. So she set up a little meeting with Dennis's lawyer, Mr. Bellman, to arrange a divorce. The only thing she didn't count on was that her daughter-in-law would not be bought off quite so easily.
Paige, I had nothing to do with that meeting. I had no idea why she made that arrangement.
I believe you, Stryker. Now she's arranged another one. What is it this time? She still believes that I'm the one who killed Chris Shaw?
No.
We're trying to determine whether Mrs. Wheeler was actually in Chris Shaw's office the night he was murdered.
Why's that?
The DA is reluctant to believe her story. But Mrs. Wheeler assured us that you could verify it.
How's Alex's condition?
Better, now that he's home.
And the doctors feel he's making progress?
They don't think anything. All they tell me is that Alex isn't aware of his surroundings. But I know my husband. And I sense a change in him since he was brought home.
Change?
That's right. Of course, the doctors don't agree.
What kind of change?
He's more alert. When I'm there with him, Ryan, I know he's aware of me. Oh, I suppose it is imperceptible to someone who doesn't know him, but I see it. He's going to be all right now. I believe that.
I'm glad you feel so confident. May I be allowed to go see him?
Oh, of course. Vivian? Alex is staying in one of the guest bedrooms on the ground floor. Oh, Vivian, would you show Ryan into Alex's room, please?
Certainly, Mrs. Wheeler.
Thank you.
Oh, don't worry about the door, Vivian. I'll get it. I'll join you in a moment, Ryan. Well, Elliot, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I just stopped by to see how you were getting along.
Thank you for your concern.
I'd heard from Stryker that Alex had been brought home.
You heard correctly.
But he's doing better then.
Yes, he is.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Ryan is in with him right now, but when he leaves, you could see Alex, if you like.
Yes, yes, that would be nice.
Have you seen Dennis recently?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just come from visiting him.
How is he?
Well, about as well as can be expected for someone who's facing a 20-year prison term.
Did you and Dennis talk about Alex?
No, we didn't.
Oh. Then he doesn't know his father is back home again.
Well, if I'm going to earn my keep around here, I think I better get up to the house and start doing some cleaning, don't you think?
It's a good idea, Lana.
Well.
You two are.
Hello, Billy Joe.
Howdy. Hey, Billy Joe, what's up?
I just went up to the house and there's nobody there.
Well, that's because Jeb and I have been up since 6 doing our chores.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that right?
Oh, that's right. That's right. She's turned into quite a little farm girl here, down here supervising everything.
You bet.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Elena, don't do that, honey. You're going to ruin them pretty nails of yours.
Now, wait a minute. She doesn't need nails when she's singing on the radio. Nobody sees those things, Billy Joe.
Jeb, Elena's not becoming no farmhand here. She's got a singing career to think about now.
Well, what are you doing all dressed up?
You like this?
Uh-huh.
Well, this here is the way professional managers dress when they conduct business.
Oh, what kind of business?
Oh, I just came from seeing somebody about booking for you.
Where?
Well, I'm not sure it's going to work out, so I'd rather not say right now. But there is something I forgot to tell you about last night.
What?
Jeter called.
He did? What did he say?
Well, I don't know. I didn't take the call. Roy did, but it's long distance from Nashville.
Nashville?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's Jeter doing in Nashville?
I don't know for sure, but he's probably cutting another record with Mel Tullis. And maybe he was probably talking to some people down there about you, huh? Or maybe they might be interested in doing something with you in Nashville.
Oh, that'd be great.
Billy Joe, been doing a lot of thinking here, haven't you?
You bet. That's the way I got to be. In this business, you got to stay one step ahead of the next guy.
You know Nashville, that's where the Grand Ole Opry is. You know that.
I know that.
Well, yeah. Of course, I knew that, too. Why do you think I'm so excited here? I mean, who knows? Maybe Elena might get a date there sometime.
Well, that reminds me. The royalty statements from my record have come in. Haven't they, Billy Joe?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, that means that as the writer of my hit record, you have a lot of money coming to you.
Yeah, look, I didn't work out the figures yet, but Elena's right. I have something here for you, Jeb, that should tide you over for the meantime here. There you go, buddy.
What the heck is this?
Well, what does it look like?
Looks like about $1,000.
Well, that's what it is.
Well, where's my royalty statement?
I don't carry my papers around with me. You'll get it later.
Well, unless you got friends down at the IRS, you better give me a check or something, for your records.
Well, that's what I told him.
I got records. I just haven't had time, that's all. And look, you guys wanted something to tide you over, so I gave you the money. I mean, ain't that enough? I swear you two are just like Nita. You're always asking questions.
Wait, are you sure the wiring goes through the closet?
Well, I'm not sure of anything. That's why I got to check it out.
You know, it seems to me the superintendent would have a diagram of the building's wiring in his office.
Well, that's just the problem. There is, but it's wrong.
Oh.
Not in here.
You know, you look very familiar.
Yeah, well, you just probably see me working around here in the building.
Yeah, I guess that's it. You know, working as a waitress, I'm always seeing people that I think I know. Turns out I just waited on them.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, a pretty lady like you had waited on me, I'd remember it. Hey, country music.
Yeah.
Someone in the family in the business?
My husband. He manages a country and western star. Elena Decker.
No kidding.
Yeah, you know her?
Hard not to. It's all over town. It's all over town. But I was reading where Miss Decker had kind of a tough time singing in a club in New York.
Yeah.
She all right now?
It's better. But she's still not quite recovered.
Yeah, well, guess it's kind of rough when something threatens to kill you.
Please. Don't kill me.
I've got no choice. Don't you see? I got to.
No! I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die. Is anything wrong?
Oh, I was just wondering where those wires could be.
No, Dennis doesn't know that Alex is out of the hospital.
I'm surprised at you, Elliot, a man of your temperament.
What are you talking about, Iris?
I'm surprised you don't realize how important it is that Dennis be kept abreast of his father's progress.
Iris, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Why do you insist upon referring to Alex as Dennis's father?
I told you.
Yes, I know what you've told me, but I've told you that 25 years of neglect doesn't make someone a father.
Aren't you rearranging the facts a bit? Alex didn't neglect Dennis for 25 years, as you put it. He didn't know Dennis was his son.
Of course not. Of course not, because you managed to keep that fact from just about everyone, including me.
I was protecting my son. I didn't think I would ever see Alex again.
My son, Iris. You can't take away 25 years of companionship with your sudden wish to be the valiant bearer of truth.
I'm not trying to, Elliot.
The time we spent together. The trips to the zoo. Summers at the beach. Staying up all night with a child who's just had open heart surgery. You can't erase that. Those are the things that make a man a father.
I'm not heartless, Elliot. I understand what you're saying. I know the things you and Dennis shared. You were a wonderful father, it's true.
But you have no compunction about asking me to step aside now and let Alex take his rightful place.
No one is going to take your place.
But that's what you're asking.
I'm not. No. All I'm asking is for Dennis to know the truth.
Why? What difference does it make now, after all these years?
It makes a great deal of difference. Not just to Dennis, but for Alex as well. He needs that now. He needs that to get well.
You realize that you're fighting with ammunition I can't possibly combat.
I understand what you're going through, Elliot. Believe me, I do. I know there's nothing I can say or do that will ever change the place you occupy in Dennis's life. That will always be special. But Alex needs Dennis now. He needs him as he has never needed him before. Dennis must be told, Elliot. God forbid, but what if something were to happen to Alex again? What if he were to have another stroke? How would you feel knowing you had kept that secret from Dennis?
You're the one that kept it from him all those years.
Yes, but I did it for good reason. I didn't tell Dennis because when Alex disappeared from my life, naturally, I thought I'd lost him for good. But now that I've found him again, Dennis has to find him too.
It's not fair, Iris.
It's not fair not to tell him. You'll find out sooner or later. Too many people know. Paige, Ryan. Do you want him to find out from someone else, from one of them? You know I'm right, don't you?
Yes, I know you're right. I just don't know if I can accept it.
Allow me to tell him, Elliot.
No. If Dennis has to know, then I have to be the one to tell him. Give me that much, Iris.
Can you corroborate Mrs. Wheeler's story? She was in Chris Shaw's office on the night of the murder?
The idea of helping Iris in any way just gets stuck in my throat. I want you to understand that. But if it can help Dennis, yes, I can.
How's that?
When I went back to Chris Shaw's office that night to retrieve the film, I saw Iris's white car pulling out of the parking lot, and Dennis was slumped in the front seat.
Why didn't you tell us this earlier?
Once Iris had confessed, I just didn't think there was any reason.
I wish you'd told me sooner, Paige. We could have saved ourselves a lot of trouble.
Well, I guess that settles the matter then. I'll report this to the DA.
Does this mean that the charge against Dennis might be reduced?
Well, it's too early to tell, but it will certainly help.
The wheels of justice, Mrs. Carrington. Now, don't get impatient. Thank you for your time.
Oh, Detective Donovan, I'd like to talk to you before you go, all right?
If you'll excuse me, I do have to get back to the office.
Thank you, Stryker.
What can I do for you?
Well, actually, it's a personal matter, Detective. See, Billy Joe Wright was here earlier. He was talking to me about his client, Elena Decker. He thinks that she should sing here at the club.
I like her record, but I'm not exactly a talent agent.
I realize that. But I read about the trouble that Elena was in New York, and, well, if I thought I was going to hire her, I would like to make certain that she wasn't mixed up in any trouble here.
And other than a real knack for stumbling over dead bodies, no, she's not in any real trouble.
Well, then maybe you can tell me the real story of what happened to Elena in New York.
I appreciate your seeing me on such short notice.
No, you said it was important.
Well, it is. I just talked with Vicki Bellman. She told me that Jenny is leaving Barrett Marshall.
That's right.
Well, I know that Jenny hoped that my trip to Washington to see Roger Williams might help Barrett in some way.
Yeah, at one time, but things are way beyond that now. Did you hear that Ginny lost her baby?
Yes. Yes, I had heard that.
Well, I suppose that was a catalyst. Barrett's, well, he's beyond any kind of help now because he refuses to admit that he has any problems. And the instability, the mood swings that I told you about, they're a whole lot worse now.
And that was getting to Jenny?
Yeah, she couldn't take it anymore, so she left him.
Have you seen Barrett recently?
Yesterday.
What kind of condition was he in?
Terrible. But with Ginny gone now, maybe he'll calm down. The important thing is she's safe now with the Bellmans. That's all that matters.
Does Barrett blame you for Jenny's leaving him?
Yes, he does.
Well, Ryan, I suggest you be very careful.
I don't think he'll carry out any of those threats of it.
No, don't count on your instincts. Protect yourself.
Well, I figured you'd be ready to take a break. I'd bring you back to the house and fix you some lunch.
Lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, you just had breakfast.
No, I was not planning on having any, but I guess I figured you must have worked up quite an appetite by now.
Why don't we skip it?
Skip it?
Skip it. Because, I'm gonna take you out tonight somewhere.
Where?
I don't know. Someplace nice.
Wait a minute. Is that money that Billy Joe gave you burning a hole in your pocket?
You bet it is. Let's use it up, huh?
I have a better idea.
Yeah?
Why don't we just stay at home and have a quiet dinner? Just the two of us.
You mean, a little candlelight? A wine?
Sure.
I didn't know you could cook.
Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't
Yeah, there is.
Well,
Listen.
what's the matter?
Nothing, no. We got a lot of work to do today, right?
Jeb.
Let's have a little lunch. I'll hold us over.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Now, are you sure the problem is in my apartment?
Oh, pretty sure. It's got to be here somewhere.
What?
Why didn't I think of that before?
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe it's down at the base behind the bed.
Hold it. Now, hold it. You're not going to start tearing apart the baseboard of my bed. Wait a minute. Look, I don't like you moving my furniture all over my apartment.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'll move it all back again.
But you're tearing this apart.
Nita? Honey, I'm home.
I'm in the bedroom, Billy Joe.
Do I see guacamole, huh? So this is your surprise. Huh? What's wrong?
Oh, I was making the surprise and the wiring in the building's all messed up, and I was getting the guacamole and the electricity goes off.
Who's he?
Well, he's an electrician. He thinks the problem's in our apartment.
Well, it's not here, at least not behind the bed.
What do you mean nothing behind the bed?
Well, I was just checking out for some faulty wiring, and doesn't seem to be here, so I guess I just better go check back down the basement.
Yeah, why don't you go do that?
Sorry to bother you there, Mr. Wright.
That's all right. Bye.
Bye.
Nita, what do you think you're doing?
About what?
Letting strangers into the apartment like that when I'm gone.
He's the electrician to the building.
I don't care who he is. I don't want him in here again. You understand that? I don't want anybody in here when I'm gone.
Look, life goes on when you walk out that door. I can't wait for you to come home every time something goes wrong. Being pregnant does not mean I have to lock myself behind doors.
Nita, it's not just because you're pregnant. You shouldn't do that even if you're not pregnant. Haven't you read the papers? People are always posing as the gas man or something, coming to read the meter, or the salesman, just so they can get into somebody's apartment. It's dangerous, Nita.
All right, I guess you're right.
Of course I'm right. Now, you got to be more careful. What's that?
The blender. There you see, Billy Joe, it was the electrician. You were worried for nothing. Now can I finish my guacamole?
Well, maybe so, but you still got to be more careful there, darling. I don't want you taking any more chances.
You know? I like it when you worry about me.
I worry about you, Nita. I worry about you a whole lot.
I don't know what the story is on Elena. The New York cops called me to tell me to be on the lookout for this guy that kidnapped her, Joe Foster. They gave me a description of him, that's about all.
Joe Foster is his name.
Yeah. You know him?
No. Is he from Houston?
Who can tell with these characters? That's where Elena says she first met him, at the coop.
Would he ever come back to Houston?
That's hard to say. The New York police seem to think he might.
That would be rather foolish, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be foolish. But then kidnapping people is pretty foolish, too. I guess people will do pretty strange things for money.
Money?
Yeah. Apparently that's what the guy was after, money. Or drugs, or something like that. Something he thought that Bernie Stokes had given to Elena.
Well, for Elena's sake, I certainly hope that this guy never comes back here.
I was kind of hoping he would. So we could lay our hands on him.
Oh.
Put him where he belongs, once and for all.
Well, I have a lot of work to do, Detective. I'd better get started on it.
Yeah, sure. No. Thanks for your help.
Thank you.
I'll let you worry about... Listen, Foster. I advise you not to show your face around here. Get up.
Foster.
Oh, Peter. It's a Paige. Yes, I'd like to take you up on that invitation after all. Decided to take you up on that invitation after all.
Oh, good. Why don't we make it early?
That's fine with me. What time?
How about 6 o'clock?
6 is perfect. That'll give me time to come back and take a look at things at the club.
Good. 6 it is then. I'll see you here. Dinner, nice talk.
Sounds good. See you at 6. Dinner and nice talk about a certain sailor named Joe Foster. Come in.
Paige?
Oh, hello, Ellie.
Hello. I'm not interrupting your work, am I?
Oh, no. Have you had lunch? I could buzz Alfredo and have him send something up for
No,
us.
thank you. I'm really not very hungry. I just stopped by to tell you that I saw Dennis this morning. He asked about you.
Hi, Jim. How are you feeling? Oh, much better. Your parents have been wonderful to us. Have you talked to Barrett yet? No, not yet. I did talk to Kate, though. What'd she say? She was very sympathetic. Good old Kate. Have you seen Barrett? No, but Max saw him briefly yesterday. Did they talk? They didn't have time because Barrett was on his way to the North Range. He spent the whole day there. I guess I better call him. Jimmy, what will you tell him? I'll tell him that I want a divorce.
Got to snap out of this. You've been brooding for days now.
I have good reason to brood.
Barrett, there's work to be done. Business to tend to.
I don't care.
You better care. You've got a ranch to run.
Grandma, the only thing that ever mattered to me was Ginny. And I lost her.
Well, it seems to me that's as much your fault as hers.
You're wrong. Ryan Connor's to blame. He's the one who destroyed my marriage. And all my dreams.
You can always dream new dreams, Barry.
Ginny's my only dream. And Ryan Connor's not going to take her away from me.
Aw, Justin, honey. I outfoxed you again.
Yeah, it was, but you did your job. You convinced old man Wheeler to back us up. Now, why don't you just relax and let me drill more?
I wish I could relax.
Well, come on, we got this far, all right, haven't we? Don't turn into some kind of nervous Nelly.
I wonder what you're so nervous about, Mr. Justin Marshall. You're so sure there's oil out there on the Harper property. Or are you sure?
Paige.
I heard you, Elliot.
Well, does it bother you to hear that Dennis asked about you?
Might not if I knew what he was thinking.
Well, I don't think Dennis's thoughts are very clear at the moment, but one thing is very clear.
What's that?
He misses you.
You do know that he asked me not to visit him in jail for a while, don't you?
Yes, I know that, but I think he'll change his mind.
He may not have time to change his mind, Elliot.
What do you mean by that?
Stryker and Detective Donovan were here earlier today.
To see you?
Yes, they asked me to corroborate Iris's story that she was in Chris's Shaw office the night that he was murdered.
What did you tell them?
I told them that I saw Iris's car pulling out of the parking lot and that I saw Dennis in it.
If the DA believes Iris's story, it's possible Stryker can get him to reduce the charge against Dennis to manslaughter.
Yes, I know.
That means that Dennis could get out on bail until the sentencing. Stryker might even be able to get the sentence suspended.
Maybe.
Oh, you don't sound very hopeful.
You forget Dennis has asked me for a divorce, Elliot. I don't see much hope in that.
Paige, you know how much stress Dennis has been under. I don't think that what he has said in jail can be taken at face value.
I think he meant it, Elliot.
Well, I don't. You said yourself that Dennis's fear was that your marriage would disintegrate while he was in prison, but if he's free...
Anyway, I have a lot more to deal with than just Dennis right now.
What do you mean?
Iris. She set up a meeting between Stryker and me the other day to arrange for the divorce.
Ginny hasn't said one word about divorce.
Then why did she move into town? Take Steve with her.
She went to stay at the Bellmans so she could have some time to think this thing through without pressure from anyone.
No pressure. You don't seriously believe that Rena is going to stay out at the cabin and refrain from giving Ginny advice, do you?
I think Ginny means to make up her own mind.
What about that brother of hers? You really think that Jeb's going to miss a chance to break up our marriage?
If you'd stop feeling sorry for yourself, Barrett, and take a good look at some of the problems that led to Ginny leaving you, you might be able to figure out a way to save your marriage.
Ginny's in love with another man.
She loved you for 10 years. She married you.
But she's in love with Ryan Connor. She was willing to have his child and allow me to raise it as my own. I went through 5 years of hell in a prison camp halfway around the world while my wife was back here having an affair with Ryan Connor.
They never had an affair.
Oh! Well, just what would you call it then?
Ginny and Ryan had a proper courtship. They were planning to be married.
She was already married to me.
Barrett, you've got to accept the fact that Ginny thought you were dead when Ryan found out that you were still alive. Right before their wedding day, he did the honorable thing and told Ginny.
Grandma.
Now, wait a minute, Barrett. I have more to say. Now, Ginny chose to stay with you. She and Ryan put your feelings above their own. That's something you've never appreciated.
Remember Chester Hawkins?
Chester Hawkins?
Yeah, Chester
What
Hawkins.
about him?
He got his wife, one of the hired hands, and he shot them both. The sheriff never even arrested him. Sheriff said he was just carrying out the unwritten law. There was no call to punish him. He got off scot-free.
What on earth made you think about Chester Hawkins? You were just a little boy then, not more than Steve's age.
It's all we talked about for 2 winters. How old Chester Hawkins evened the score.
Yes, I knew Chester pretty well. I also know that he sat in his living room every night with the lights off, staring into space for 30 years. Slowly, he went crazy. He lived to be about 60, but he died the day he pulled that trigger.
Leave me alone, Grandma.
Yes, Mr. Cohn.
Ashley, I need the Walton oil contract.
Believe that's still down in legal.
Would you mind picking it up for me?
No, not at all. I'll get it right away.
Ginny, just make sure you know exactly what you're doing.
I will. What's your advice?
I don't think you should be alone when you talk to Barrett. Why don't you have my father with you?
Well, Rena, it's not as if Barrett will be surprised to hear I want a divorce.
Maybe not, but he's going to be mad as hell.
Rena.
Honey, I don't think that Barrett's going to give you up so easily, especially since he thinks that you left him for Ryan.
I don't know if I can talk in front of anybody else than Barrett there. I mean, we have the things we have to say are much too personal.
Well, then I suggest that you have my father in the next room.
Okay. I'll talk to Stryker before I call Barrett and have him come to town. Oh, honey, I'm in here.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Stephen Marshall.
John Love's motorbike is being delivered, and he said I could come over and check it out.
Does checking it out mean riding it?
Maybe.
Oh, Stephen.
Don't worry. John Love and I aren't real good friends yet. He might not even offer me to ride it.
Okay. But please, promise me you'll be very careful.
I will.
Bye. Ginny, stop worrying. John Love Allen is the most cautious little kid I've ever met. That's why I introduced him to Steve. He's going to be just fine.
Oh, I can't help but worry about him, Rita.
There are lots of kids in the neighborhood for him to play with.
Doesn't seem like he has an awful lot in common with those kids.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think he's doing just fine.
Wonder when he'll start missing the ranch.
Ginny, he'll tell you.
No, I'm not so sure about that. And he's not telling me what's going on in his mind. Probably because he doesn't want to worry me.
Have you told Steve that you're going to divorce Barrett?
No. And I dread it. Steve, he's clinging to the hope that somehow Barrett and I will work things out and get back together again.
Ginny, I think you should talk to him before Barrett does.
Yes, I intend to do that. I just wish I knew what was going on in his mind.
You know, I'd like to see him talk to Max. Max is the one person who Steve could open up with and be honest with. Now, Max is going to be here later on. I think he can help Ginny.
Listen, I'm real sorry about your troubles with Ginny.
Have you seen her?
Yes.
How is she?
Not in very good shape.
Called her last night. Vicky said she was asleep. I didn't believe her, but there didn't seem to be much point in arguing about it.
Ginny probably was asleep. She just got back from the hospital, and she hasn't got her strength back yet.
Maybe.
Look, Barry, I'm sure that as soon as Ginny feels better, that she'll call you.
I doubt it. I'm not going to wait for her to call. I'm going into Houston to see her today. We have a lot of things to straighten out, and I want to get it over with.
Let's see, Perkins. There we go.
I plan to start drilling tomorrow afternoon.
Is the crew out there right now?
Yep, got my own personal crew.
What does that mean?
What it it means is I got people out there I can depend on.
I hope you're not thinking of cutting corners and pocketing money.
Well, Justin. You're just as worried about Bubba's honesty as I am, aren't you?
How did Stryker react to this meeting Iris set up?
He was as shocked as I was.
He didn't know what the meeting was about?
No, apparently Iris hadn't bothered to tell him either.
Oh, this really disturbs me.
Does it?
I know that Iris would stop at nothing as far as Dennis is concerned, but Dennis had expressly forbidden her not to get mixed up in his personal life again.
Don't forget, he had also forbidden her to visit him in jail, just like he told me.
Yes, I know.
I think Iris feels at this point that she has very little to lose and a great deal to gain, Elliot.
What are you getting at?
Oh, she blames me for all of the problems she's had with Dennis, you know that. And I'm sure she feels as soon as she has me out of the way that she'll have smooth sailing.
Now, Paige, you mustn't let Iris get you down.
Oh, I'm not really depressed about Iris. It's Dennis.
Dennis?
I don't think he's forgiven me for that stupid film I made, Elliot. I don't think he ever will.
I think you're wrong. And I think you'll see that you're wrong when he's out of jail.
I hope so.
You're very important to Dennis.
I used to think I was.
But you still are.
Elliot, do you know what it feels like to give up a dream?
Yes, I do.
I dreamt so often of the family that Dennis and I were going to have. The children. Does that sound silly?
Nope. Doesn't sound silly at all.
Me, a mother. Never thought I'd see the day when all I wanted to do with the rest of my life was settle down with someone like Dennis. Take care of him. Raise his children. That's all I wanted to do with Dennis.
Well, don't give up that dream, Paige. Don't let it go.
I made such a mess of things, Elliot.
Paige. Things are going to work out.
Yes.
You'll see.
I feel so alone.
Well, you're not alone. You're not alone at all.
Guess it's my own fault if I hadn't cut myself off from my family.
And you're still close to Barrett.
In a way, but I hardly ever see him.
Do you know how he is?
I don't think well. Ginny had a miscarriage and lost her child.
Yes, I know. Vicky Bellman told me about it. I'm very sorry.
I know you weren't the best of friends with Barrett, Elliot, but he's been such a good brother to me.
I'm sure that he's a wonderful man, Paige. It's just that he's been through a great deal in that prison camp in Cambodia. I was only there for a year. Look what it did to me. Barrett was there for 5 years. That kind of experience can sear a man's soul.
I think you ought to wait a couple of days. Ginny needs time to get herself together.
Ginny's had more than enough time already.
Ginny's been through a rough experience, losing the baby.
She's got my son with her. I want to see him.
Steve is pretty confused about this whole business. He needs some time, too.
I don't want Ginny to have time to turn Steve against me.
Barry, you know that Ginny wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, your wife sure as hell would.
Now, Rena cares too much about Steve to do anything as cruel as that. No matter what Rena thinks about you, she knows that Steve loves and respects you. And she'd never try to destroy that.
She did everything she could to try and destroy my marriage.
I don't think that's true,
But
Barry.
no matter what you think, Rena's going to try to influence Ginny against me.
Barry.
I don't trust her, and I'm going into town to protect my interests.
If I can't get you to wait a couple of days, will you at least call Ginny and tell her you're coming into town?
Yes, I'll do that. Maybe while I'm in town, I could stop by and see Ryan Connor. Try to talk out a few things with him.
Barry.
No. I assure you, I'm going to remain calm. reasonable with both Ryan and Ginny. There are things we have to settle, and the sooner it's done, the better.
Call Ginny.
Of course. I'll do it right now.
See you later.
Quite a tape recorder here, huh?
Oh, those little things are on sale all over town. Here's the Walton file.
Oh, thanks, Ashley.
You're welcome.
Listen, it's about quitting time if you want to leave now.
Well, I think I will. If you don't have anything else you want me to do.
No, I don't. I'm just going to look over this Walton contract before I leave.
All right. Good night, Mr. Connor.
Good night, Ashley.
You better be more careful, little lady.
Want some coffee? Something to eat?
No, thanks.
Were you looking for Barrett?
No, I just thought I'd come in out of the sun for a while.
You came in to check on me, didn't you?
Well, I was wondering what you were up to, how you were doing.
Oh, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes. I will be when everything gets settled down. You'd think by now nothing would surprise me, wouldn't you?
Kate, did you talk to Barry yet about all this?
I tried. I don't think I made much impression.
How is he?
I'm worried, Max. Those dark, brooding moods of his. Just like his father, you know.
Yes. I remember. But I think Barry will pull out of this all right.
I'm not so sure.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's the way he was talking this morning. Have you seen him today?
Yes. Saw him just a little while ago.
And how did he seem to you?
Well, he seemed fine to me. He said he was going into Houston to talk to Ginny, maybe Ryan.
Does she know she's coming?
Well, he was just picking up the phone when I left.
Did you hear him call her?
No, but...
I think maybe I'd better make sure. It's busy.
Hallie, would you have Mr. Bellman call me the minute he gets in the office, please? Thank you.
Hello, Ginny.
Barrett, what are you doing here?
I came to see you, to talk.
It's not a very good time right now.
I think this is a perfect time.
I was going to call you later. Maybe
I'm
we can
here
meet
now,
tomorrow.
Ginny. We have a few things to settle.
I want you to leave.
I'll leave. With you. I think you've been here long enough.
Barrett?
So why don't you pack your things? While you're packing, I'll go have a talk with Ryan Connor. Then you and I can drive back to the ranch. We can start a new life together, free of Ryan Connor.
Barrett,
free of all
I'm not going back to the ranch with you. I want a divorce.
I'll never give you a divorce.
I'm going to file. And if you want to contest it, you'll just cause everyone a lot of needless agony.
You just can't wait to marry Ryan Connor, can you?
I'm not divorcing you to marry Ryan.
Oh, Ginny, for once, be honest about your feelings for Ryan.
I'm divorcing you because you've made it impossible for me to live with you. I gave up Ryan and tried to pick up our life together, but that wasn't enough for you.
If you ever really gave up Ryan, we could put all that's happened behind us.
No, Barrett. You'll never be happy with me. I am not going to spend the rest of my life being miserable and afraid. It's over.
What about Steve?
I'm going to have to try to make things easier for him.
Have you told him that you're filing for divorce?
No, not yet. I wanted to talk with you first. But I won't allow this to ruin his life.
I suppose you're going to ask for custody of Steve.
Yes, I am. But I want to make sure that you're a very important part of Steve's life.
Unless you turn him against me.
Barrett, I have no intention of turning him against you. He's going through a lot of pain and conflict now. He needs both of us.
Where is Steve? I want to talk to him.
Barrett, please wait until tomorrow.
I don't think that you understood me. I want to see him now.
Barrett?
I won't leave until I do.
Don't start on me, child.
All I want to do is show my son how much I love him.
Glad you changed your mind about coming over.
Yes, so am I. Thought it would do me good to get out.
Can I fix you a drink?
Oh, just a club soda, please.
You sure?
Maybe I'll have a glass of wine with dinner.
So, you had a good time last night?
Oh, yes, it was very relaxing, Peter.
I'm glad I was able to help.
Sorry I unloaded on you like that.
No, not at all. You're free to unload on me anytime you want.
Tonight I think we should talk about you.
Me? Why? What's so interesting about me?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'd just like to catch up on you. I really don't know much of what you've been doing since I last saw you in California, which was, what, a year ago?
My life's been very boring since then.
Well, it couldn't have been all that dull. Looks like you kept busy.
Well, I was, very lucky to have met Jim Lawrence and to have formed a partnership with him. I'm sure you don't want to discuss Jim Lawrence.
You're right, I don't. Who's that young man who came here last night when I was here?
Just a business associate.
Oh, what kind of business is he?
Well, he works for me.
He's on one of the boats that you leased from Alex Wheeler?
Yes, yeah, as a matter of fact, he is.
What's his name?
Why do you want to know that?
Because I thought I heard you call him Foster.
Yeah, that's right. His name's Joe Foster.
Did you know he was wanted by the police?
Barrett's at the Bellman's now. Ginny says not to worry, she can handle him.
How does she sound?
Like she's got everything under control.
Is Rena still there?
No, she left a little while ago. It's probably just as well. Seeing Rena might just set Barrett off again.
You're probably right. Now, Rena has been such a good friend to Ginny all through this.
You know, Rena was almost as upset about Ginny's losing the baby as Ginny was.
I know.
It was almost as if it were her own baby.
Well, Rena's a woman, Max. It's natural for her to place herself in Ginny's position.
Well, I suppose. But I never knew Rena to express an interest in having a baby before.
Well, I think in time.
What?
Rena will change her mind about having children.
Well, we've had so many problems. I can't blame Rena for not wanting to start a family.
You've changed your tune.
Well, I know there was a time when I thought having a family would solve all our problems.
And now?
Now I know I was wrong.
I'm glad you see that.
Well, you're the one who helped me see it that way. Now I know that children need a secure environment. They have to have a strong, united family.
Rena thought that the way to solve everything was to drill for oil on your land.
Yes, but now she admits she was wrong.
I know. I also know that for Rena to admit that took a lot of doing on her part.
You're right, it did.
It's been difficult for her. She's had so many adjustments to make.
Well, she figured that if I had some money of my own, a substantial amount, that we could build a nice new house and have a better lifestyle.
Oh, well, that'll happen in a few years.
Well, I've decided that Rena doesn't have to wait any longer. I am going to build that new house for her now.
Where's Steve?
He was outside playing with the neighbors. He's washing up. Barrett, promise me that you won't upset him.
You act like the child's made of glass. He's not fragile, Ginny. He's a tough little boy.
He's going through a terrible time right now.
So am I. But I'm coping. I think Steve will, too.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, son. How are you?
Okay.
Well, your mother tells me that you've been making friends with some of the kids from around the neighborhood here.
Yeah.
How do you like them?
They're okay, I guess.
But not like Buddy, right?
No, not like Buddy. Buddy's real special.
Buddy misses you. I saw him this morning, talked with him. He was asking when you were coming back to the ranch. The Morning Glory misses you, too. Not to mention Grandma.
Are you and Mom going to get back together?
We have a few things to work out first, Steve.
But after that?
Oh, I'm not sure we can work things out, and I don't want to give you any false promises, honey.
Your mother doesn't even want to try anymore, son, but I'm not going to give up.
Barrett?
In the meantime, I was thinking maybe that you could come out to the ranch and stay with me for a while. You could work on your solar energy project, help me with the horses. I went down to the creek this morning. I think that the old oak tree needs a new swing on it. I can't do that by myself. I need some help. Steve, you're free to stay in town all summer. Or for however long your mother takes to decide to come back home. But I sure would like to have you out on the ranch with me.
Barrett, stop forcing him to make a choice.
Why not? You made a choice.
I miss you, Dad. And I really miss the ranch. But I better stay with Mom. She needs me.
We'll talk about you going out to visit your dad at the ranch, okay?
Okay. Is Dad going to stay for supper?
No, your father's going to get back to the ranch right away, honey.
Oh.
Would you go upstairs and change your shirt?
Bye, Dad. I love you.
I love you too, Steve.
I'll be right back.
Joe's wanted by the police.
I'm very surprised you don't know that, Peter.
How would I know that?
It's been in the papers.
Oh, what's he wanted for?
Abduction.
Who did he abduct?
Elena Decker, a singer. He took her from her dressing room in a club in New York where she was singing. Threatened to kill her, Peter.
Oh, that's impossible. As far as I know, Joe's been right here in Houston for the past several months.
Apparently not. Seems he took a little trip to New York.
No, it's not the same guy.
It is, Peter. Elena Decker's manager, Billy Joe Wright, came to see me today. He told me that the Joe that kidnapped Elena had a strange tattoo on his wrist, a sea serpent. The guy that I saw here last night had the same tattoo.
I can't believe this. I read the headlines about the Decker kidnapping, but I never read the articles. You know, I've been so busy moving my operations from Galveston to Houston, I kind of got lost track of things. Listen, if Joe's the same guy that kidnapped this Decker girl in New York, why would he ever come back to Houston?
I don't know. But I do know that he's also wanted in connection with the death of Bernie Stokes, a man who worked for Chris Shaw.
What?
Police think that Joe was after something that Bernie had, and the reason that he killed him was that Bernie wouldn't give it back to him.
What did he have?
They're not sure what it was, money, drugs. But Joe thought that Bernie had given it to Elena, this things, whatever it was, and that's why he was after her.
How do the police figure that Joe killed this Bernie Stokes?
Because he admitted it to Elena Decker when he held her captive on the boat.
I have something to tell you, Paige.
What?
Joe knew Chris.
What?
I sent him to him.
What do you say?
I'm saying your husband may be an innocent man. I'm saying Joe Foster may have killed Chris Shaw.
Oh, there you are. Thought you'd be out working, honey.
Well, I took a break to check on Kate.
How's she doing?
She's upset.
Yeah, thanks.
She's doing her best to hide it. She's too strong for her own good. Sometimes I just wish that she'd give in and break down when something upsets her, but she never does.
Well, honey, some people go to pieces and some people don't.
Honey, I got something to tell you, and I don't want you to go to pieces. Barrett went into town to see Ginny.
I better get back there.
Honey, I already called and talked to her.
She all right?
Well, she seemed to be. She said that Barrett was there, but she had everything under control.
Was Barrett there while you were talking to her?
Yes?
Well, maybe she was afraid to say anything.
No, she was in the kitchen, and Barrett was in the living room.
Did she sound nervous or upset?
Honey, I just told you that Ginny has everything under control. Now, just stop worrying about her. Ginny can stand on her own 2 feet if we let her.
Well, Beth is going to be there, and the gardener's going to be there. If Barrett tries to do
Honey,
anything
she's
crazy...
just going to be fine. Ginny will be all right. Besides, your mom and daddy will be home real soon.
Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, I'll try not to worry. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. But I missed you.
I miss you too, darling. I went by the hospital today to see Ricky. He was complaining about the food, so I bought him a lot of cheese enchiladas and tacos.
Well, that'll either kill him or cure him. I don't think they're ever going to let you back in that hospital.
No. I talked to Evans before I did it.
Yeah? Well, why don't you and me go out tonight and get us some enchiladas and some tacos?
Honey, we don't have to go out. I mean, I can fix dinner.
Oh, no, that'll take too much time. And besides, you're probably tired.
I want to fix them, Max. Now, if it's terrible, we'll admit it, and then we'll go to a restaurant, okay?
Okay. It's a deal.
Oh, Jenny, I'm sorry to disturb you. I told Beth not to wake you.
It's all right. I wasn't sleeping.
I'm looking for Barrett. I called the ranch. Max Decker told me that he was coming into town to see you.
He was just here. He left a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry that you're having problems.
For a while, I thought you were the cause of our problems.
Yes, I know you did. Brian told me about it.
Elliot, I'm sorry. I was so wrong.
Well, you might have been right. After all, I was accused, in some quarters at least, of being a traitor. And when I received the same medal as Barrett, well, I can certainly understand why I would have been angry.
It's only part of the problem.
Jenny, I don't mean to intrude. I know it's really none of my business, but could you tell me what kind of mood Barrett was in when he was here?
I asked him for a divorce.
He wanted Steve to go back to the ranch with him, and Steve said he wanted to stay here with me. He destroyed Barrett. I'll never forget that look of pain on his face.
Did you discuss Steve's decision with Barrett?
I wanted to. I took Stephen upstairs, and when I came back down, Barrett was gone.
Do you know where he went?
I suppose he went to the ranch. The state he was in, there's no telling where he might have gone.
Ryan. Barrett? What are you doing here?
Funny. Those are the same words that Ginny said to me when I showed up at the Bellmans.
You've seen Ginny?
She's still my wife, Connor. Or had you forgotten?
Well, I don't think she's going to be your wife much longer, Barrett.
You're feeling pretty good about all this, aren't you? You've won.
Let's not start this
You've taken
again,
my wife from me? You've taken my son.
Barrett, let's not go through
Connor,
this.
I've been boning up on Texas law. I have it right here.
What in God's sake are you doing, Barrett?
I'm defending the honor of my home and my family. No jury in the world will convict me for killing you. Not after what you've done to me.